na, 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 New Horizon. And we are live! Hi, everybody. Now with 60% less hair. Hi, it's me, Elio. I got a haircut. Do you recognize me? How we all doing? V, good to glad to have you. Des, good to glad to have you. A, Realm, good to glad to have you. So Mimi. Marin, good to glad to have you. Voltaire, good to glad to have you. Des, good to glad to have you. Lothe, good to glad to have you. Ray, Ray, good to glad to have you. Danny, good to glad to have you. And there's a cafe. Let me turn on my. I turned low down my frames because I was doing video editing. And dude, oh my god. So my new medication has, not to overshare for a real quick second, but my new medication has been helping so much with like the health problems I've had for the past year. Like trying to do any work was a nightmare, and I'm starting to actually enjoy work again, and I'm just enjoying the process of video editing, and it's so lovely. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Anyways. Also, does anybody else get, like, the ghosting frames? I don't know if that's from DLSS or what's going on there. But if you have your... how many frames do I get? 60. I'm pretty sure it's 60 I only get. Oh, no, it's 60. I'm actually getting 60. Cool. For once, it's actually working. Yukio! No. Yeah, Yukio. Good to go. Yeah. Got the boy. Time to earn Bright Bustle orchestration roll. Is that what you get from finishing the final one, Danny? Oh yeah, speaking of which, today we're going to be doing all the role quests. So definitely join us as we do that, as the title suggests. Technically, we won't be doing the melee DPS one, as we obviously did that during the MSQ replay. But we did the one with Samidare and the Dovetail Swallow. Here, I have a note. Which Vidral was it? It was Narwhal Swallowtail. Okay, yeah, the Swallowtail. Essence encased within the Dreamweave cocoon. Before its ascension, the Swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones, and the like through its skill at mimicry. And that was mainly through we were over at Othard. And for some reason, I gave a Dominant Texan accent. So, still putting off doing the role quest. Well, honestly, that's why I'm doing it today. Because I haven't done it on Elio, and I had not been getting around to it because obviously I've been doing other life stuff. So I'm really interested to see. But obviously, the final role quest is now out. The historical precedents for this being in the past, we had the Silva with the Shadowbringers role quest, and we had the Fortional role quest, effectively final role quest. Both, I would say, of the past role quest finales were real bangers. Oh, right, I still have off screen. Turn this down. I'm curious to see how this goes. I know for a lot of people, they've been a little bit, like the rest of Dawntrail, divisive in that their comedy maybe is a bit too much levity and lowers the stakes. I don't know if it lowers the impression that it lowers the stakes too much, but it's a little too Manderville for some people's taste for something that maybe should be serious. And I think this is always the humor, is that everyone wanted levity for Dawntrail, and then every time they give us levity, people are like, no, not that way. Which, that's unfair. But, so yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to playing it. Maybe if we have time, we'll even run through the 7.1 for Hildebrand. Although, if you have to have the MSQ done for that, we won't be able to. So I'm not sure. Someone let me know if you know. So yeah, first going through, I thought the first story was quite good with melee DPS. I think we'll start out with tank next, just because, you know, I'm a tank main. And then obviously we're going to be talking about role quests over in the Lore Book Club over on in the Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. We have a Lore Book Club every Friday at 6 p.m. EST. There was one other thing. Oh, yes. Ray needs help with some Nier footage. So after this, we're going to be quickly running some runs of the Nier Alliance raid. I think I forgot to mention that to you. So make sure we preferably need at least 9 people, but would do better if we had like between 12 and 18. So if we can get some people out, that would be much appreciated. We'll try to do that sometime around 6 p.m. EST, so in about 3 hours if I make good time on this. But since I should be making good time, I should be focusing on going to go do that. So let's get going. Voltaire, good to go to have you. Dreamweave Cocoon, yep. Bella, it's good to go have you. I'm worried about our sanity doing these. I finished all of them as I leveled all my classes. Cool. These role quests were incredibly Hildebrand coded. You know what's interesting, Tam? You're not the first person to say that. I think Lil and others have said that too. Going off purely the melee DPS quest, I think How do I put this? There are moments of high humor, for instance, the Namazu, right, in the melee DPS Rolequest, but the actual underlying story and how it's presented isn't really that extreme. It's like, we say Hildebrand coded, but other than in the melee DPS quest, the Namazu, and I guess kind of the comedic beat of the arrow, like, completely missing, beyond those elements, like, it doesn't seem to be as present to me. It seems to be in more of an equilibrium, although I think maybe for some people, the argument would be that any level of that high humor is dissonant by dint of its existence in something that's not out of that. Raven, good to glad to have you. But I'm definitely curious what all y'all's feelings are generally about the Rolequests, and like which ones are your favorites, which ones are your least favorites, and all that. Also, tacos, say goodbye to each bite you die. The one with Vieira Archer was great. Yeah, the melee DPS Rolequest. Yeah, that one was, I quite like that. We'll see if I like the other ones as much. Best analogy is basically imagine the young Muriel mac and cheese scene from Courage. Also, the antagonist doing malevolence on the thumbnail. Maybe breakout giggles. Good. I'm glad that you like that. I spent like 30 minutes on doing that. I spent more time than I should have, but the idea occurred to me. I was like, this could be fun. If it's going to be about 3 hours, I should be able to hop in for that. Sweet. CJ, good to glad to have you. I'll go ahead and server hop after this Q-pop. Looking up. Sounds great, yeah. Ray, honestly, if you guys want to, you could even try to do it right now while I'm doing this. Go meet at the Tea Tree and Crystal Curl. The Tea Tree and Crystal Curl. So if you don't know where that is on the upper decks in Limsa Laminsa. It is right here, outside of the aft castle. And if we get enough people while I'm streaming, maybe we can have you guys do that while that's going on, which would be awesome. Ray, if you want to go set up there, just to see if we can get people, go for it. You could even maybe start a party finder. Yeah, we'll be doing Copy Factory. The plan is to do unsync, so we don't need a full group. Yeah, but we need at least 9, preferably. I mean, the comedic timing and some of the framing. Yeah, Hildebrand quests have lore. That's true. I'm enjoying the magic DPS one so far. I like melee DPS and tank Rolequests. I, for one, take issue with the fact that the people equate something vaguely comedic with Hildebrand. I agree. That's only the only brand of humor you got. That's not the only brand of humor you guys. Yeah, what I would, in their defense, Danny, I do think it's more than just the brand of humor. I think, for instance, the Namazu in particular, the melee Rolequest, is something that you would imagine in Hildebrand. However, I do think how you use that level of comedy and where you place it also affects it deeply. Obviously, comedy is almost all timing. Not all, but a lot of it's timing. So I don't see, going off melee DPS, I don't see them being Hildebrand. But I understand why the small comedic bits they have are absurd? Absurdist to a degree. Yeah. I've only done like the first 2 quests. Okay. Not only the tank and match DPS, but still need to do range for Endwalker. Dude, Des, good to see, glad to have you. And Endwalkers, dude, the Endwalker Rolequests are phenomenal. I would probably say Endwalkers are my favorite. I would say it depends on if I'm picking and choosing. If I can only pick by expansion, Endwalker's my favorite. But I think there are multiple Rolequests and Shadowbringers that are as good or better than some of the weakest Rolequests in Endwalker. But also the Fortunal one is just so good. Finished the healing one, but I was more upset about how the village. If you're talking about, I'm not reading the next thing. Yukio, spoilers, please. We haven't gotten there yet. I haven't played them. I really like the tank Rolequest along with melee and magic DPS. Cool. Sounds good, Ray. It's not just that the comedic, thus Hildebrand, it's that how they time the comedic bits and some of the ways they use NPCs. Sure. We'll get into it as we go. Makes me feel dumb in plain simple sometimes. I feel dumb in the healer ones. Are you feel dumb? Saying you feel dumb because of like the level of difficulty, Yukio? And Walker's my favorite set. Shadowbringers is my favorite capstone so far. Yeah, I mean that capstone is great and also has a lot of lore implications, right? Quest better than the, say, tattooed teenage alien fighters from Beverly. What are you talking about? Okay, let's get started. Man, we got getting all the Shatona love. More, or that, wait, no, that's, it looks like a Tonawatan. Okay, yeah. It's just true, the color of his outfit almost makes me think he's a Wallaquee, but I don't think there's any Wallaquees in it. Narwhal beckons. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be a traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose Brook Evu has enlisted you to our aid. That's me, Elio Forgeron, at your service. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are even grateful for its ever grateful for its vigilance. Okay, so I'm assuming Narwhal. Yeah, okay, I have a note for this. Narwhal, energies encased in the cradle of sleepless. Okay. My name is Lo Zenikue, and I hail from the northern reaches of Jacques Taral, where even our breath freezes when caught in chill. Oh, wait. Oh, she's from the north? Oh, we're going Minnesotan. Let's fucking do this. Our people revere Tural Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless. Our most sacred treasure, though through fathomless depths as it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm, don't you know? Legend's tale of the Narwhal could place the burden on its fatigue upon another, and thus we were able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. I'm putting more energy into trying to do the voice than I'm reading it, so I'm actually going to, forgive me, I'm going to be rereading, because there's actually, the majority of Vidral we know about come from these totems. Our people revere the Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure, for fathomless depths that swam without rest. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tenatoa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which was most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared it would only be a burden, so I remained here that I might find someone to send it to his aid. Tenatoa has ever rushed bravely into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Brook Evu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you he's just a man to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tenatoa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tenatoa would be rendered helpless before the Narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Well, I am a wildwood, so Ishgard's like a second home to me. Thank you, Elio. I knew the Narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Tenatoa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he doubtless spent time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard is a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. As for the swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Goddamn localization team. Wait, the Narwhal bacons at midnight. Wait, what? Oh, is that the name of the quest? The Narwhal beckons. Doing the tank so I don't have to worry too much about spoilers. Granted, I won't be here long flying home today. Oh yeah, Des! Where were you at? Having a good time? Minnesotan or Canadian? Well, mainly I'm probably doing something that's far more Minnesotan, like specifically up in like Dent, you know, that sort of place. I don't know that I can necessarily do Canadian or just differentiate between the two. The thing is, if I'm talking like this, it's mostly because I spent a lot of time growing up in Wisconsin and Minnesota, so. Narwhal beckons feels like a sly reference to the Reddit shibboleth meme. I have no idea what you're talking about. Imagine how much harder that quest would be if Ishgard. What? But the I have a suspicion this will be happening more than a few times throughout the evening. Elio, Tam's making a Reddit joke. See, I don't go on the Reddit, so I wouldn't really know. Yeah, it's a phrase for an old school Redditor could use to identify each other in the wild. Oh, okay. Went away. Oh, right. I hope things are okay, Des. I'm glad you were able to get out. Utah's lovely, too, so I hope you had a good time. All in all, you know. Does Elio know about the reward? Reward? I have no idea what you're talking about. Narwhal. Narwhal. Well played. Narwhal. Oh, very good. Very good. I actually, you know, I'm writing. I'm gonna write that one down. Narwhal, narwhal swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhal, narwhal, pretty big and pretty white, they beat a polar bear in a fight like an underwater unicorn. They've got a kick-ass facial horn, they are the Jedis of the sea, they stop Cthulhu eating ye! Narwhals, there are narwhals, narwhals, just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals, inventors of the shish kebab. Came back to bird noises, but I meant. Rip. Also, Elio went from rapping to Angry Birds so fast. He knows one of the rewards because I told him earlier, the bright bulbs. Oh, yeah, that one. Hope your place is still up and you're safe, Des. Yeah. I'm fine. My house was never in danger, but I'm asthmatic and smoke was bothering me. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, man. Hope everyone... Good vibes to everyone out in California right now. Imagine if there was a whale Tyrol Vidrol doing Dory whale. Dude, look, a whale Vidrol could be like Sin. Oh, dude, you know what? If one of the fucking trials for the trial series was fighting a Vidrol that was a whale and it was Sin, that would be rad as hell. This is a very bizarre reward. Okay. You're welcome, Daddy. If it isn't Elio, what'll it be? Actually, this time I'm looking for a blue-haired here. A lad from the western continent. Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers, now can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked through the door not long ago. Was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you'd buy someone a drink before interrogating, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him. Trust me. Aw, it's a Dargu and real. Ollie! Good to see you, glad to have you. Aloe has a whale boss. True. I mean, look, also Bismarck is like effectively a flying whale primal. Like we have plenty of wills. But it's not Sin. Those of you who played and have loved 10, you understand what I mean. What's the most kaiju situation we have in 14? Like actual kaiju, like massive. I'll think on that. We haven't really had, I mean, other than I guess the golem on Mount Gulg. Unless I'm forgetting something. Specifically talking about 14. Not all Final Fantasies, Holly. Yeah, there's other examples in other Final Fantasies, but I'm specifically getting at like in 14, what's the most kaiju situation we have? Because like to adapt Sin would necessitate a scale hitherto not necessarily seen particularly in conflicts. Oh, dude, can you imagine if we had Sin as a dungeon, like going through Sin, like an MSQ quest where we fight him on an airship or something, and then actually dive in and going through Sin was a dungeon. Oh, that would be so good. Oh, I really hope they adapt. Lately, I used to be a lot more like, look, I'm fine whatever they do with 10, but of late I've been really in the I desperately want to see some 10 adaptations in one of the next expansions. Not that I will be mad if they don't have it, but boy do I want it. Eden? Oh, Eden's a good call. Yeah, Eden's up there, although we don't ever face it in its like full, you know, kaiju form, but you're not wrong that it's like of scale and scope. Mono, good to glad to have you. Oh, a bunch of useless. By the narwhal's horn, you'd think manners keep people warm from how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid the city of a thief. Hi, are you Tonawa? Tentowa, yeah. Yes, it seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Well, let me explain. Lozenic Way sent you. Even across oceans she can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I have no luck getting information from these people. Seems there's an unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. Yeah, welcome to Ishgard. But I can help. I know that you've traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it'd only be a matter of time until they use the cradle to commit some misdeed or another, but it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgar's walls. I have only a description to go on, although it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of race known in this land as an Eorzean. She has striking, the same as you. She has striking red hair and the eyes of color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. I apparently paid way too much attention. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie. I just like everything else that spawned from her mouth. With a bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. And the cold snap we suffered last year. With the cold snap we suffered last year. That's the second time they've mentioned the recent cold snaps. Maybe it's nothing. I wonder if there's going to be a variant dungeon or something in the far north. I also, like we had on last stream, I'm starting to feel... I feel like I'm definitely crazy, but I'm really starting to wonder if there's not going to be like a secret frozen mini continent in the far north of the star. Mostly because you can't see, we've never actually been able to see the North Pole on any map or representation of the planet, and it's weird that Emmett Selk went out of his way to point that what's beyond the blind frost and Othar's north, because as far as we know, there really isn't a lot in the blind frost. So unless they're going to just make some random island or something, maybe there is something going on with the Aether. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's absolutely nothing and I'm just like overloring. That wouldn't be the first time. Let me write down a note on this though. Yoctral. Where's Yoctral? Last... much of... Okay. We couldn't afford to turn her away, but looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the pose of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior in that moment I laid eyes upon her. Now, of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you see even the slightest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Well, if she was a skilled swordsman, we could probably find her at the congregation. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there. But where would we find one willing to speak? Just so happens I have a few friends. At their barracks, near the tavern? I know the way. I'll meet you there. Still love how we still just down to the Forgotten Night. Yeah. We do a lot of business out of bars, taverns, restaurants, except maybe Stormblood, otherwise every expansion. Yeah. Also, we need a space whale boss creature. Yeah, that too. We need swimming combat for real whale boss action. Well, not if it's a flying whale a la, like, what Sin is. Although, look, I would love underwater combat. Particularly, I would love for them to just do more with underwater in general in 14. And frankly, not like Guild Wars 2 or something, they basically could just make it XYZ free coordinate, same combat as normal. I mean, they'd have to retroactively go back and affect and change it in probably old zones too, so it would be work. Bishop Steps of Faith. Yeah, Bishop's a kaiju. That's fair. Yeah, Bishop's a good one. Shantoto. I mean, Giant Shantoto's not a kaiju. She's big, but she's giant, but it's not a kaiju. At least not as I would define it. Kaijus need to be really big to me. There was a Garlean musician who often had his songs on the radio playing. He escaped the final days and went to the New World. Sadly, he was killed by Tural Vidral. Vidral killed the radioist. Vidral's killed the radio star. Well, Garlean star? Damn it, Dex. Eden, maybe? Does Eden Titan Savage count? Ooh, good call, Mono. Yes. Eden Titan. Yes. Yes. Good call. Good call. The Savage version when he falls off and becomes Big Boy. Yeah. Good one. Under that same argument, that would be true of Sephiroth then, too, right? Although I don't think Sephiroth... I bet Sephiroth's model is actually smaller than Savage Titan. Reverse the dungeon trial thing, where there's a trial facing Sin. After defeating it in the trial, it opens into a dungeon. No, because I think you want the trial to be the finale, in my opinion. I think that absolutely needs to be, that's the climax. 8 people, big fight, huge moment. Like, that, I think that's a must, personally. I would also say that with how 14, with how 10 works, what you could easily do is do a story quest where you, what is the term? Why am I forgetting the term? A duty? Yeah, I think a duty. You just do a story duty where you fight and do something. Then you do a run through in the dungeon, and then you fight the final boss on the inside of Sin, which, if you know what Final Fantasy X would be, it would be a version of that thing. So, solo duty. Yes, thank you, Tam. But words apparently failing me today. Thinking about kaiju as metaphors, every primal will be considered a kaiju. Yeah, but in this case, we're talking kaiju in a literal sense in terms of a monster of incredible scale that has the ability to devastate its surroundings, which is an arbitrary distinction I'm making right now that many would probably disagree with for a couple of examples, but I'm just, for this case. Is this stereotype for Elven to have a beauty mark? I wouldn't say so. It's one of the features you can enable in the character creators. Not all races get that. Yeah, it's just a common facial feature. Because of that, but I wouldn't say it's a stereotype. Also, is it? Well, no, I guess it can't be. Never mind. I was about to say something stupid. I was just like, is it even a stereotype if it's like an actual feature of someone? But people can have stereotypes about, don't all white people have, you know, X, Y, or like no asses, you know, like that one. Which, I mean, they're not wrong, but any chance Cold Snap was due to Valley Garmonda? Any recent disaster involving lightning, fire, ice of great sensitivity out of nowhere suspicious? I don't think so. My argument being the fact that if that were true, you would have anticipated that Cold Snap would have been more localized to Yogg-Taral than Jokk-Taral. Not just Elves, I'm asking if it's stereotype for elves to have beauty marks. Elves and Eorzean are the same, so I gotta go. Have a good one, Des. The French would call these ironclad fellows silly niggas. It's time to speak with the... Listen, I just want to see underwater combat for nothing in particular. The boil their bottoms and wipe their noses. But that measures Sophia's big mode, Eden Leviathan. Heck, Primal Levy is a pretty kaiju. Primal Leviathan isn't that big. Like, all in all. Like, it's big, but it's not that big. It would be considered a kaiju by most standards. But, again, I'm like... Primal Leviathan isn't that much bigger than, like, Bismarck, if you actually coiled him up. Like, I'm talking about motherfucking kaijus, you know? This is it, right? Let's not waste any time, Emilio. Firm alerts, let's go, my lad. Why, Master Forgeron, what brings you to the congregation? We're here on business. We're looking for a particular Eorzean. The Passage of the Unbound is not a name I have heard before, but if one of their number has brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. But we shall act... man, I really hope they upgrade... one of the things that gets updated is the Holy Knight armor. Because, boy, could it use a pass. Maybe in 7.2. At once, if there is aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the knights of the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out. Truly. Not only... Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Eorzean woman with red hair and the eyes the color of rust. Wait! You said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well... Such information is usually privy only to those within our order, but pray, understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't a time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. He's right. This danger justifies bending the rules a little bit. I suppose, in this case, protocol can be set aside for the sake of Ishgard. You have overcome countless trials, after all, and there are none better qualified to judge when that threat is credible. Zenro, good to see you, Avian. Thank you for the $10. $10 more towards the next collector's box. I can't wait. I can't wait. I gotta get that. I'm really looking forward to it at some point, getting the Endwalker one and the statue from that. Master Tenatoa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Master Forgeron has. Hope you're doing well, Zenra. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now, then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back to some old memories. Memories of a knight named Leofine. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts. She was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with the villains, that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development, and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofine, and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Elio? Aw, that's very kind of you. Thanks, Enro. Also, we've got a bunch of videos. Well, I shouldn't say a bunch of videos. Return to a... perfect timing. My, actually, I think I even have it up here. My Return to Oblivion lyrical lore, I was just editing before this stream. I've got a new interview recorded with Brian from Work to Game. I've got 2 interviews for Eorzean's Archived edited, thanks to help from V. I've got a couple shorts ready, so we've got a whole... I wanted to build a bit of a war chest recently before jumping back in so I wasn't racing, and now with, like, enjoying the whole process again, because praise be for meds that work. Yeah, I'm very... hopefully you'll all enjoy the new videos. There might be a few lyrical lores for a while, just, like, honestly, because it's just... they're so enjoyable to edit, because there's a lot more artistry. You can kind of get into, like, timing and placing, whereas, you know, there's a lot more, like, technical footage gathering sometimes when I do lore videos. But, yeah. 2025 is going to be good for lore videos. You're going to have quite a bit of them. Thermal burn or soft burn. Always good to have creation flame burning again. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, it's interesting. It's like, it wasn't that the desire to create was quelled. It was that anytime I would work, it was such a tax because I just couldn't think properly because of the neurological issues that it was just always stressful. Not that this is Elio's therapy time, but in case anyone's curious. I will never not be able to see the knight's name with Cider Spire's voice in my head. Firmalbert. Hooray for meds, yeah. Sadly, I don't know Don't know what you're referring to on that one, Tim. You and Des have referred to about Cider Spiders a couple times. I'm not familiar with them. Maybe I should check them out or something. I don't tend to watch a lot of 14 creators, but I probably should. Oh, sweet. Okay. Oh, this might be a small guy. Okay, yeah, I know him. I need to rewatch those videos. They're hilarious. Friendly reminder that Ray is trying to get people to help her do some footage for abandoned copied factory. So if we could get anywhere between 8 and like 12 people over at the tea tree, it would be much appreciated. Particularly, I will be joining in doing that at 6 p.m. if you guys don't hit it before then, but or around 6 p.m. we'll see. So we have a name. Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she won't know. She knows how to hide herself in this city well. Grasping about as straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We might have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. Oh, I might have. Oh, I think I missed. I had thought living with shame of her deeds. I shall inform the superiors of this development. Place her in custody. We'll learn all the value. I promise to share it with you once. So we have a name, Leofine. Yeah, okay, no. I didn't miss anything. Does Ingalls count as a kaiju? Yeah! I think Ingalls counts as an kaiju. Yeah. He has a quick aside saying the name. Oh, that's funny. Oh, there you are, Elio. I've been walking the Ishgard streets whenever I've been able to. I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt the fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. So it's definitely not Alaska, Minnesota, or Wisconsin, or Canada, because we have a couple people every year die from getting drunk and falling asleep in the snow. I figured the only force powerful enough to overcome the instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle. So if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leofine's nearby. I can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. Okay, I have a question to ask about villains to some of y'all. Master Forgeron, Master Tenatoa, bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. These efforts have already borne fruit. We but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment, heading east. Once there, speak with Sir Eorzean for the full report. Eugene, no. I knew she'd show herself. Let's hurry, Elio. Going off of some of the conversations we've had about villains in the past, I noticed like a lot of people I feel like are growing weary of overly sympathetic villains, which makes me wonder like what villain would you want in 14 that is just actually evil? Like what would be enjoyable in that? Not like defining like, oh, what's enjoyable about someone who you can just love to hate, but like what sort of villain are we even seeking in that? Because I'm trying to think about like how to tackle it. Because the thing is, I just always like my villains to have good reasons and motivations, but I mean, arguably, the desire of the sport, right, is enough, or the desire of the pain or the joy of it. Like two-dimensional can be okay as long as they're enjoyable in either hating them or they're theatric enough or engaging. I was informed you were on your way. This is the concerning report by one of your sentries, yes? He cited a woman marching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation as she was heading south along the footpath. But that is all we know. Yes, this is usual. What? Hold fast! I shall send aid at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of temple knights should have been protecting it, but something is amiss. They need our help. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please, go and find my men before any more lives are lost. Lorelei, as you go have, yeah. I'd hoped that Tyrell Vidral were going to be more than big dumb monsters, to be honest. I suspect that they are Lorelei. I would point out that there's multiple incarnations of them we repeatedly that express kind of not only different attributes, but different, I wouldn't say different levels of intelligence necessarily. But what I would suspect is a trial series involving Vidral may dive deeper into the notion of what they are, assuming it is the trial series is about Vidral. But the degree to which the Vidral have not been delved into. Like, the auspices, as much as there is some enigma to them, are from the get-go explained. But the nature of Vidrals, why they appear in Tyrell but don't appear elsewhere, distinguishes them from an auspice. All these things are questions you should be left with, which makes me think that there will be more to them. I would also reckon that I don't think that they are just big dumb monsters. I think one of the things that's worth pointing out is that the Vidral are closer to what, there's a Japanese word for it. But it's kind of like what where kaijus came from in the first place. But that is a reckoning and a representation of a natural disaster in creature form, right? Like how a lot of representations of different, I don't know if necessarily obakemono, but like specific creatures in Japanese folklore are representational of certain natural disasters. I mean, even just like Fujin and Raijin, right? With, like, you know, Kaminari and all that. But like the representations of earthquakes and tsunamis. In that same sense, I look at Vidral as being in a similar vein, where they are representations of natural disasters, which are repeatedly motifs in Tyrell that we see, like with the storm, with Valley Garmonda. It all seems like the storm like is directly tied to Valley Garmonda and potentially the weakening of its cell, maybe, or the Lu Yapidit, what is it? Lunipiati is like tied to like earth and earthquakes and shaking. So yeah, so just a thought. I suspect it's something that will be delved in more in some content, or at worst EE4. They should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Elio, you search further down the road, and I'll keep your weapon at the ready. I mean, so far we only have 3 examples of live Vidral that we fought, right? Ixchel is shown to clearly have a lot of intelligence. Valley Garmonda, we just don't get enough examples of it, but it can be tactical. And then Valley Garmonda and Luna Piatti are both like freed recently from confines too, so the way in which that affects their disposition is, and not to say that they would have been like, oh, they would have been just like Byakko if they hadn't been trapped, but worth thinking on. Oh yeah, Cerealja, yeah, that could make sense, Tam. Yamata no Orochi, yeah, like Orochi, yeah. I mean, literally, that's why Seiryu also has, like, tidal waves in his fight. You saved us. We were almost. You won't be feasting today. Not a moment too soon. I do love that his sword looks to be made out of bone. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. The wide eyes. Presumably narwhal. It seems we were too late. No, they're not. Just look. They're asleep is all. Huh? Good. Good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled on the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The temple knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing. Then the beast attacked, and it was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer, and the cold will have you. Slap. What happened? We fell asleep, but we were patrolling. He must be mistaken. A temple knight would never shirk his duty. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall on your ass with my own eyes. If not for Sir Eugenio's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we would all be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of your duty, you can be sure. Now, hold on just a moment. There aren't the ones to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen, and... now isn't the time. Sorry. Forget I said anything. Sorry. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobos seemed to have passed, so I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. It's no coincidence that the giant birds and the two guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the Cradle. But even if Leophine was here, she is no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. Is it wrong to slap a sleeping person awake? In most situations, yes. When they're enchanted in sleep and their life is at stake, it's okay to... But yeah, in most cases, yes. You should not be slapping... I mean, in general, you shouldn't be... In most cases, you shouldn't be slapping, period. Stop. Full stop. There we go. At least not without consent. Yes, yes. Kafka type villain or a childlike villain who doesn't understand loss and suffering. Oh, I like that second one. The only problem with the Kafka type villain is that, like, Kafka is kind of still a, I mean, you know, the irony is we already actually have a childlike villain who doesn't understand loss and or suffering. Do you know who it is? It's Valtteri. That's what Valtteri is, right? He's a stunted child who doesn't, like, but I do get what you mean in, like, a literal child. Like, what's that Twilight Zone episode? I mean, this is a little different, but, like, kind of like Twilight episode with, like, kid that's basically a god. Take me home, Ishkar. West Ravania. Yeah. There goes my weekend plans of slapping sleeping people. We have received the report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. 2 of our own, sleeping on duty by the Fury. Had you reached them late, even a moment later, this day would have been much darker, although it pains me to say it. Those 2 shall be punished as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The Cradle of Sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Ah, yes, you said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep? I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of the Leofine's plot, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured, you shall be the first to know of any developments. Elio, there's more I would tell you about the Cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix the mistakes. Safe. I know it's the lead up right now, so it's like, I can't say other than like, oh, it's, you know, Ishgard's nice. There's not been so far anything that's gripped me on this one. Now that you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe, Narwhal's lullaby can put even hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe, but even with such power, my people never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose would have been to keep a single person awake, an eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest. The wide eye. Me. For 10 years I've been awake, training day and night to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside. The Shut Eye. You've met her, in fact. Lozeniwekwe. I've been awake these 10 years. She spent the better part of her days in deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. Why not distribute it amongst the entire tribe rather than a single individual? I can understand a single individual being like a sacrificial limb. And so we barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain paths. That time is long since past. Okay, this dynamic, I was a little circumspect about the Narwhal at first as a power. Like, it doesn't seem that interesting. But this dynamic, the cultural dynamic around it for their tribe, I think is rad. Also, I wish they would fucking name these tribes. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Loenzenikwe and I both have devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. Ooh. Don't you miss Lozeniwekwe? I do. I see her only when I have to use the cradle, and even then she's sleeping. I barely remember what her smile looks like. A life unencumbered by sleep might seem like a life of freedom, but if those you care for the most aren't there to share it with you, it can feel like a prison. But we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that although my people never use the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this thing might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofine's schemes to an end. I'm curious what he says if you ask him about how he lost it. Anyone know? Childlike villain like Solus from Eternal Ring. I don't know Eternal that. The one completely irredeemable villain we've had in 14 thus far was mainly used as a conduit to get development on a by then redeemed villain. I'm trying to think who you're talking about. Galen! Good to see you, glad to have you. Traded it for a night with a Gekko. Lordy. Valens. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I wasn't expecting. I was not expecting that. Just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Lozenikwe, and I wanted to wait until I discovered something worth sharing to write her. But we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Whatever it is you write, just don't make her wait too long, okay? Good advice, as usual. I wish we had even a single thread to grasp, but an unexciting letter is better than none at all. All right, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Oh, did misunderstand. It's nothing so grave as that. It's just the last time I used the cradle was just before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. That will give Leofine free reign while I'm helpless in bed. There's no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. Master Forgeron, Master Tenatoa, we have received reports that several groups of Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what can only be your stolen artifact. Had you already met Samidare at the point that you got to the 92 quest? What was the 92 quest for melee DPS? Several. Let me guess. They were all guarding someone else. You would be correct. It is the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we fail at even that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. Oh, she wants to destroy all the honor of the knights. That's why she's trying to make them all fall asleep at duty and ruin their reputation. As if the incident near the Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knight in these most recent attacks were left in quite compromising positions. I don't mean to laugh. Okay, no, see, that's more what I was thinking about. Okay, see. Here's my feeling. That's not, it's Hildebrand humor in what the joke is, but it's toned down and it's not being like done with, like, you're not going in and like walking into the zone. It's like zoom, Tristan, music, tilted shot. Everyone's all drunk. Everyone's all asleep. Everyone's got their ass up in the air. You know, like it's just a, oh Lord, you know, like it's muted might be the wrong word, but it's softer, you know? Yet the weight of embarrassment is a trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. The Fury was merciful in that respect, but we would rather not see these incidents repeat. Okay, he was seen. Okay, so I'm not crazy. He was seen in the Samidare. Still, while the Temple Knight must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead, 'tis a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of the passage of the Unbound leave me mystified. But Leofine was cunning, if nothing else. Till we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait until she makes a mistake. I think she may be seeking to humiliate. And maybe getting joy from it. Many among the knights have suggested the same. Leofine may be part of this esoteric order, but she has never been one to put her own interests first and foremost. The cradle is tool of peace, yet Leofine uses it for childish pranks. She makes a mockery of its sacred power. We have to get it out of her clutches. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder. Why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? I have pondered the same. Posted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fortance. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofine doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps that makes it easier for her to exploit their weakness? Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. Well, a large contingent of knights has been recently dispatched to Kurthis. You remember Gorgon Mills, yes? It has lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Yet there is ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again. Thus have the Temple Knights planned joint patrols of its premise with other contingents. If you speak with Sir Redwall at Falcon's Nest, I'm certain he would be glad to have you along. Yeah, some of the DNA, but it's not heavily relying on it. Or even built on it, really. Like, it's not the crux of it, right? honestly, I'm enjoying. I usually don't like when there's a big dissonance and a big tonal shift between serious and humor. I'm particularly not usually a fan of it. And I feel like also a lot of anime particularly like does it terribly. But in this case, I do feel it's just like just a splash of a little bit of comedic moments that are mainly, at least in this case, rooted in the drama. And aren't undercutting anything. Now, we'll see. We'll see if we have some comedic moments that undercut things. Less serious, sure. And also, thank you, Danny, for this Amidare. Leofine was the French taunt the Temple Knights. Wants to French taunt the Knights into submission. I wonder if it's submission, if it's not just, you know, revenge. Is that Master Forgerant, I see? Of course, you are ever welcome in Falcon's Nest. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. This is a friend. He's from Tyrol. Indeed. Whispers of the night's humiliation have reached us even here. Falling asleep while on duty. I dare not believe the stories, but it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now the rumors failed to mention anything like that. If I can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, if one knight falls, another is always at the ready to take their place. So long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle. We mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword just as fierce will take their place. To know an ally is at your back would allow you to fight with abandon. That all said, do you have any news of this Leofine? Now you believe this Leofine might take an interest in our activities at Gorgon Mill, yes? Or Gorgonet? Yeah. A party has already left, accompanied by a group of Temple Knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I would ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure that they have not fallen victim to foul play. The mills can be found to the north, just across. Mother! Who do you think I am? I know where the god. We have reached them before Leo. We have to reach them before Leofine does. Telling me where to go. I don't even need no stinking map. I know where this is. I play this game. I played through Heaven's Word twice. I was just filming. There for some goddamn shots of sail. I think he was telling the other guy. The other guy can follow me. Tentoa can just follow me. He'll just hop on my giant floating chair. Simple as that. You know where it is, Elio, but Tentoa doesn't. Yes, but Tentoa can just follow me. I'm leading him. We're groups together. Look, just because you all have a reasonable response that he wasn't talking to me and the fact that I assumed it was all about me doesn't mean that you're all... Just because you all are right doesn't mean you're right. We're too late. They're fast asleep. But Redwell gave the impression there were more. These knights must have been the lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leofine. I'll rouse these ones, Elio. Search the buildings yonder. Who the hell's are you? How did you get past the guards? Hello. Been a while since I've been back in this room. It's you.
Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assume the Temple Knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed?
No, just asleep.
Sleeping? I have heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whomever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we shall tend to our wounds and then finish our inspection here. As for Forgerant, I ask that you join the knights outside and wait until we're finished.
For some people, it might have been over 7 years since they were here. Then they should replay the MSQ. New Game Plus exists for a reason. Obviously, they should replay the entirety of Heaven's Word just so they can play the Rolequests. That's some crazy eyes.
Ah, as I thought, just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among the slumbering knights. I simply had to come and make sure it was you.
We finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now, and I won't kill you. That was not well animated. That was the character model going like this instead of actually like doing a jump animation. What?
What did they call you again? The Wide Eye? You must have had quite the journey to come this far.
Be careful, Elio. This is our quarry. The thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leophine. Dude, I should 3D model these and like put them all behind. Yeah, I might do that.
That is your ally. What sodden tavern did you drag them out of? I dare say they seek your artifact for themselves. It matters not. I suppose before you both throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? So few of us know true freedom. If there's aught that you would grasp with your own hands, do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and the rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes! Truly, open them, and you shall see the path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle for another.
Quit spouting nonsense.
Nonsense? Perhaps I am here because of another, after all. A Payahi, who came to me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to that great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet, truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard's among them, and usher the world into... well, what does it matter? I'm monologuing. Yet I do derive great pleasure in shaming the Temple Knights, in seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous strides as they walk down the streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it.
He's going Super Saiyan! I know the path I walk, the one that leads to your downfall. And I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. And then I'll sleep. Called it.
Oh dear, you seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, I might suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep. But considering the burden I have just passed to you, that opportunity may not come for some time yet. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent to think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter, I have learned more than enough to take my next step. To see to it that this lot is disposed of, it is the least you can do for the freedom I have given you.
Elio's gonna shoot get good. Yeah, I'll say it. People can't remember the dungeon they did 2 days ago, let alone the story. You know what? You're fair. I sometimes am like, oh man, my memory's so bad, I can't remember this exact line of this one specific character from a side quest I played like 6 months ago. My memory must be failing me. And then I have to remember that some people are like, what was the name of the dungeon that I played yesterday? Yeah, exactly. Way of Life being mistaken for a random adventure by the minor village is one of my favorite running themes. Yeah. See, this is why we don't answer the villain monologue with our own. Yeah. Jesus Christ. We're already an hour in and I haven't finished. I guess we're gonna do a Rolequest stream tomorrow too, because I think current pace we're gonna get through like 2 of them. Surprised you might rouse Tenatoa. He seems completely detached from the waking world. Which is fine, because tomorrow's Thursday, so I was planning on it anyways. Friendly reminder, we also have a Mina doing her mount farm, or their mount farm, later, tonight. So if you want to do mount farming, you can do that over in the Discord. Also, Infinite, if you could do some of the links, go for it. It looks like you saved us twice today. Thank you. But what of him? Narwhal got him. Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Firmalbart warned us of in his report? It was a narwhal. I see. Those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofine's arrogant voice. If she would not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen further than I dared imagine. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. 'Twas only thanks to you and your companions' efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him to the congregation. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them at the Falcon's Nest. Elio, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. To use the word transcend is funny because that's what the German edition calls the echo, the power of transcendence. Interesting. The term using the power of the echo to transcend also gets used in English when referring to the echo by at least once by La Habrea in the Ethereochemical Research Factory, I believe. There might be other references to that happening too. Oh, glad I see you well, Master Faugerant. I understand you come fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tenatoa now rests upon the 2nd floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. You should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do so at your leisure. There is another matter to discuss. Just before your departure to Gorgonay Mills, it seems there was another incident. A group of criminals was released from their cells, the guards found in deep sleep. Doubtless Leofine was behind this, and doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were the selfsame criminals Leofine is gathering. Leofine is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side, and using the animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Leofine is the mastermind of the attacks, and that her aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When I shared these revelations with my superior, it was decided that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its power. The passage of the Unbound seek to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust. I feel like if you wanted to stoke those problems in Ishgard, there would be a lot better ways than making the knights look silly. Kind of focusing on the socioeconomics would have been smarter, but well, so long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. We can't let the common people know that they're not safe, because then they wouldn't trust us. I know that's like the most uncharitable read possible, but that is kind of what's being said.
The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofine before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Tenatoa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point towards her whereabouts.
Transcend. Xenos uses it in reference to the resonant. Sure, yeah, that too. Yeah. Power to break down the barrier of existence does seem a bit vague. Xenos use the word, but I don't think it's a reference to the echo. Well, I mean, the resonant is just synthetic echo, so I'm pretty sure. I mean, in that case, if he's referring to the resonant, he is effectively referring to the echo because it's the powers granted to him that are, yeah. Nobody ever said the Unbound were ideologically constant. Or they're actually competent, yeah. As someone that was in the military, I was an MP, and perception is everything. Oh, absolutely. That it's not. I'm not saying that perception isn't everything, because it absolutely is, on a number of levels, or that what they're doing isn't tactically correct in this case. Only that, from an ideals standpoint, you know. Resonant is store brand echo. Resonant is stored in the balls. Random thought, how many Berts really are in the game? Like, if we count every character with Bert in their name. Well, you know what? We could just pull up T-Tools. We could look that up. As my squad leader said, you are the first they see you and are representing everything. Yeah. Good man. Also, yeah, Infinite, if you could you do a whole host of the links and stuff? The, like, Discords and Patreon and all that.
Leofine remains as elusive as ever. If she is in league with Ishgard's most unsavory elements, she could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been prelude to its climax. We can but hope that Tenatoa awakens before she emerges again.
Thank you. Well, considering what might... Also, Piran, good to have you. What might happen if the Warrior of Light wasn't out there causing problems for the villain, Leofine? Considering what... Sorry, Piran, what was that in reference to?
Elio, there you are.
Who is it? Someone we know. Oh!
Oh, Elio, there you are. I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but the narwhal guided me true.
Oh, you must be the maiden Tenatoa mentioned. You hail from the selfsame village, yes? I am from Albert, of the Temple Knights. It is an honor to meet you.
Can someone remind me when Rolequests get unlocked? It's pretty early on, right? Because I'm just thinking of that if she and him are from the far north in a village, it makes me think is that presumably would have to be Canada land, effectively, roughly. So that could either be north of Uewada or it could be further east. I'm just thinking that. But the thing is, they would have shown up in Tuliolal before the dome would have went up. So, yeah.
Tenatoa wrote about you in his letters. I'm Lozeniwikwe, and the honor is all mine.
I think we're after the intro quest in the first two zones. Yeah, exactly, Lorelei. That's what I thought. And that makes sense because the 92 quest is one of the first quests, so yeah.
Is Tenatoa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself.
About that. Also, I mean, presumably she could have used an Aetheryte, but no, she's not attuned. So she traveled all the way across. Look, it's not the first time that 14 has done this, but she traveled all the way across the Indigo Deep just to check on him. A long way.
You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive. You promised you'd write to me! What was I supposed to do with the letters you stopped when they stopped coming?
Well, okay, that's a better reason. When they stopped coming, she would have worried. Okay, I'm a little more on board.
I was so worried.
At least I can take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it that you're to thank for that, Elio?
Also, I really appreciate that shot they just did where it's like it be from his sleeping perspective. That's actually some lovely artistry.
This is not the time for that. Is there any way to counteract the cradle's influence?
Can one stay awake forever by sheer force of will? The answer is the same. Although we can deny ourselves food or drink, sleep is another matter. It always finds us in time. And to rouse oneself from slumber this deep is an impossible task, even for someone like Tenatoa.
Do you know why Tenatoa sleeps so soundly? The reports of other incidents indicated that those affected awoke in a matter of moments, yet Tenatoa shows no sign of stirring.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't say for certain. But I do know that the stories of those who came before me, more than one, shut-eye, has fallen into sleep much like this, one so absolute that they become deaf to the outside world. With no one means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the shut-eye back to the waking world.
What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? I swear to God, if we get some freaking warble juices to wake him up, I'm gonna laugh.
We call it spring dew, and the secrets of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but other ingredients must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it'll save Tenatoa. I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flower blooms is striking yellow and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds.
That means that there's... Okay, give me a second. There are mountains that soar above. That necessitates that there are mountains that soar above the clouds in Dawntrail.
Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness.
In the churning mist blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion.
No, dandelions don't need to be up in the sky. Look, I grew up in Wisconsin. We have fields of those things. I watched a mile-sized soccer field bloom into an entire sea of yellow one year.
In no other place in Eorzean can one be closer to the such a...
I feel like Sam in Lord of the Rings. It's like Aragorn be like, Kingsfoil. Kingsfoil, that's a weed. It's like dandelions, that's a weed.
I love dandelions, though.
Good. Next, we'll need the saliva of a beast we call... Nailed it! Nailed it! This is why I love being a lore nerd. Because shit like this happens where I'm like, you know, if you were trying to wake someone up, one of the things that you would think to use would be marble juices. And was I right on the money? Bam!
Okay, I'm sure I just peeked the mic something fierce. Let me also tune it down a little bit. Let me know if how my audio is.
We'll need the saliva of a beast called a morble, and the thicker is the better. The pungent odor could wake the dead.
Ah, I know them well. Morbles are not uncommon in sight in the Dravanian hinterlands. A mature specimen... Yeah, they actually have seeds blow... Okay, no, time for that later. Mature specimen should possess saliva with the desired effects.
Fun fact, actually, morble, gestating, seedlings travel on the winds across the mountains and end up in, the basins in the hinterlands.
The prospect of gathering it, however, is an unenviable task.
Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. Do you think you could procure them, Elio?
How boy can I.
Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the morble saliva must be the fresher of the two, I thought you first climbed to the heavens and picked the dandelions for Tenatoa.
Fucking nailed it. BRB gonna go to the other side of the world real quick. Yeah, she has too much free time.
Not only she crossed, how long did it take her? Did Sid and Nero get all the engine on the boat? Presumably that with the safe passage between Tyrol and... I mean, to be fair, like, if you're going from Tuliolal to Lenosia, it's a much shorter trip than going from Lenosia to Hingashi, and people do ocean exploration. So presumably the travel time between these two places is probably at most a couple of days, which would also match from what we see in traveling across there. And if she's that concerned about him, you know, like, it's not... It can make sense. I just looked it up. The quest that you got, the Rolequest, is right around the same time you get the Midnight Letter to fight the Dawn Throne. Okay. FF5 Dragon Route. Yeah. Feet of Pot questline is going to happen as well right after Pot's questline. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Makes sense, Spirin. Thank you. There's also weed that feeds. Yeah. Yeah, I love dandelions. Don't say you didn't know it. I won't believe you. I promise I have the only thing I knew about the tank quest. The only thing I knew about the tank quest before going into it was that I had looked up the what the animal totem was. That was the only thing I knew. Can't make a good tea out of weeds like Roship. Yeah, audio's good. It was a fad. Yeah. I was in the other room making tea and came back when I heard cackling. I love being a Lord nerd. You know, I told Althea you would pick your mic peak last night. That was not the scene I had in mind. I'm full of surprises, Des. Also, Des, good to see you. Glad to have you. Also, don't forget, for a single $1, you can support the archives, and you also get access to all sorts of your favorite remotes, like the Hype Elio that Tam just used. You know where less we can find Morble in Ormville? Yeah. There's one in St. Moshians that's easier to get to. There are more than Moshians. There's Morbles, I believe, up in the far western, like northwestern. Ormvale Savage. That would be a great, like, April Fool's mission. Yeah. Yeah, there should be Morbles right all up in here. And I think there are even some, I think there's even some up in there. Okay, have a good one, Infinite. Sorry you're running out of power. Catch you tomorrow. In front of Moshian, sorry. Yeah. Those are the ones we're going for. Ormvale as a variant Criterion dungeon. Have a good one, Infinite. V or Ray, are either of you guys around? Also, you know, I'm actually going to probably say this here. Tentatively, we may be looking to get another mod as Via's full-time job, Infinite, is currently dealing with their life situation of having a lack of consistent power and other issues because of, you know, Ukraine. And then Ray obviously is focusing full-time on trying to do archived. So we may be looking for another mod to do full-time modding for the streams. So if you have interest, I wouldn't say just let me know as of now, because we'll probably be reaching out, but just tentatively so people know. And that'd be great. VC Ormvale, Depths, another Ormvale. See, I mean, at that point, just give me, instead of, look, if you're going to give me anything around the Kurthis, instead of going into Ormvale, give me Eastern Highland. Give me the Dawn Vigil. I mean, to be fair, we're probably going to get Ormvale duty support, seeing as we just got... What's up next at this point? Actually, you know what? I forgot. Duty support. Have they listed the ones yet? Yep, we're getting Ormvale duty support. We're getting Karn, Cutter's Cries, Mail, and Ormvale. And it looks like because there's 5, I bet you we'll get Karn. We'll get probably 1 per patch. Probably get Karn next. Am I crazy? Are there Morbles that go up in there? I want to check. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the bears that are up there. Cool, now I can play the game with even less people. The majority, okay, here's the thing. The majority of people who are using duty support are using it either because of problematic queue times, which there's that, or people who are afraid to play with other people. My experience has repeatedly shown me with this game that duty support has only been a boon to the community, because what it has done, yeah, okay, it's bears. What it has done is people who are afraid to play MMOs or like unsure about their skill set get a chance to continue through the story and then end up playing other content with other people because of the incentives around it to do so, like increase in speed, rewards for roulettes, etc., etc. So like, oh, Kaylin, I don't know if you were being serious about like actually hooray. I just assume with that fate, but like, I don't see it a negative, particularly being used in the dungeons, particularly when you're doing it at basically half speed with it, because if I'm ever doing it, people like me who care are still gonna queue, and people who aren't now have an ability to progress, you know? That's my thought. I don't know. For those of you who are less pro duty support, I'm interested to hear your thoughts. But yeah, I just say my practical experience is I have watched people who are afraid to play an MMO go from afraid to play, and do only duty support, get to the end of MSQ, and start to try doing content with other people, and then are now a Savage Raider. It has its ups and downs for sure, yeah. No, but look, maybe I'm blind to some of the downs, so that's why I'm definitely asking for the best way to get out of just my own experience or here is to ask others. Incidentally, it was I who added the photo for those console games wiki. You're welcome. Back to Kurthus. I just said something interesting about elves. Some elven blacksmith use a cold forging technique, as in they use the cold to forge items instead of... That's not how that works. Oh. I mean, there's cold forging in that you like mechanical compression, or if you put two pieces of metal in a vacuum and you make sure that their surfaces are either recently scratched or clean, they can fuse together because there's no air barrier between them, so that they're like basically the atoms can effectively like cross over a little bit enough. Like there's that sort of cold fusion. It's a big problem in space, but like you can't like temperature cold. That doesn't. You're gonna have to explain that one to me, AC, because that's absolute bullshit. Like having worked in goldsmithing, silversmithing, and blacksmithing in my life, I have no idea how that. Unless someone's gonna teach me something brand new. I'm like, how does that make any sense? Midwest accent. The Bears. Not the Bears. The Bears. Oh, the Bears. Just saying, the Castro Meridium and Praetorium are definitely more tedious with NPCs. Yeah, I mean, it's all more tedious with NPCs, right? Yeah, magic, they use magic cold forging. But that's not an answer. But that's... If you cool the object, you make its molecules less excited and its atoms less excited. Combining and forging two objects into a whole, you can't do that. That's not how it works. Like, I'm sorry, but whoever said using cold to forge doesn't understand how forging works. Unless there's like, that's it. Okay, give me a second. We're pulling up Google, see if like there's just something I'm blatantly missing here, because maybe I'll learn something. Yeah, cold forging, metalworking process that shapes metal at room temperature to improve its strength. Yeah, that's just tool working. Tool hardening. Place the metal between two dies. Because like if you used cold, you're just gonna make the material brittle. So like even then it doesn't making it super cold would be terrible for trying to cold forge it, because if you want to like work hard in it, if you're colding it, you're basically making it more brittle. Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes just it makes negative sense. Yeah, duty support does help because you also learn how to do the dungeon. Remember that they're only idiot in the dungeon versus up to 8. Yeah, work a Lador with 8 people was something back when, yeah. I know that my opinion is unpopular one. Yeah, but I'm listening. But I used to use it myself when I was, when I wait ages for it to pop. Yeah, yeah. Elliot just casually flexing being an Omnicrafter IRL. Do you want me to go get the Archon chair that I'm currently 3D printing parts of? I will go get the parts from it. It is mostly done. It's heavy. Okay, actually, let's see. Which of the crafters in this game have I done to some extent professionally? I have to have at least worked in it for a week. I've done carpentry. I've done blacksmithing. I've done armor smithing. I've done goldsmithing. I have done leather working. I've done weaving. I haven't done alchemy. I worked in a biochemistry lab for 6 months. Does that count? I've worked as a cook in multiple kitchens. I've worked in farming. I worked in fish processing for a short stint. Not sure that really counts as fishing. Mining. I worked in the refining aspect of mining. So I worked in transforming ore into ingots. So I would argue that I have to, with some slight quibbles around miner and fisher, worked in every single occupation for crafter in my life. Meaningfully, for pretty meaningful stints of time. Yeah. We already use magic to craft since we're spending crystals as a catalyst. Yeah. Does pressure forging like heavyweight hydraulic press count? That's cold forging, CJ, that you're getting at. Yeah. So like but you wouldn't want to like, you would want to make sure it's the temperature of the object is relatively low, because otherwise you're not going to work hard in it. You need it to be not superheated, but you wouldn't want to chill it. This is the Elio lore we didn't ask for, but I'm glad to get it. Do you want us to get into it? Yeah, it's like you don't know us. Yeah, fair. But have you ever been in love? Oh, yes, multiple times. I've had quite a few relations. Oh, man. Oh man. That's a whole story. That's many stories. I don't know how it works, but it's elven magic. I'm not an expert. Can you explain how a dwarf can forge an unreal-able chain from a cat's footstep, bird spirit, and woman's beard? There is a difference between if we are talking about the Nordic poetic license of the transforming of the immaterial into a material and saying the elves use cold magic to forge. Those aren't the same. I think being in biotech positions count. Okay, if that counts, then yeah. Trade alchemist for chemist, because alchemy is not a real craft. Yeah. I'd count the biochem lab since I work for a biotech company. There you go. What mythology universe are you talking about here, AC? Presumably Norse, based off of that last dwarf comment. Mining is a crumbling industry. Literally. The stuff is alchemy to me, yeah. Have you been a paladin professionally? Trying to think back through my life experience. I've fought in armor. Oh, okay, actually, okay. This is very much, someone could argue against me for this. I have worked in cosplay professionally, and I have worn armor, a sword, and a shield to represent a character that protects others. Does that count? Yeah, the question just doesn't make sense on base principle, yeah. I need to catch more of these streams. These side rants are 24k. You're welcome, CJ. So a nice guy. Yeah. Alchemy is real, just the results. Come on, AC. You can't go from elven magic. You can't talk about cold forging elven magic and then go, alchemy is real. It just doesn't produce results. That is not real. Ah! Oh, I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you brought them with you. Found blooming among the floating isles of Eorzean, the petals of the dandelion grow almost brilliantly as the sun which nourishes them. So pungent that not a sealed vial can contain its scent completely. A single whiff of this saliva can wrench even the deepest sleeper back into the waking world. Alchemy became chemistry. Yeah, I mean, alchemy is effectively proto-chemistry, which don't tell the occultists that, as there would be a lot of argument that there's a much grander and more complicated legacy and lineage and history between alchemy and more branching fields beyond just chemistry, both in philosophical terms, in occult terms, in symbiological terms, in There's other examples. There's other parts of this. So like, it's more complicated than that, but to overgeneralize, yes. Alchemy is just proto-chemistry. Don't get it. Don't at me. Or at me in the comments. All you do is feel the algorithm. Speaking of, don't forget to comment, like, share, and subscribe. These are the different difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. But I like we're all bonding over this topic. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Tenatoa to open his eyes. Oh, I appreciate that artistry. That was... And they're doing so much more dynamic stuff with shots, even when it's not, like, voiced MSQ cutscenes, and I appreciate it. Where am I? I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tenatoa. And I'm glad you're finally awake. Lozenique, what are you doing here? That's a typo for sure. I see. The Lenophine wielded the cradle against me, and while I was tucked soundly in bed, Lozenique came all this way. Curse my weakness, just when we had her, just when I was needed the most. I failed. For 10 years I endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even get to swing my damn weapon. It's not your fault, Tenatoa. If anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it. As you may know, Leophine won our trust by posing as a scholar, traveling the width and breadth of Tural. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs. I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Wide Eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Tenatoa. When Lozenique was sleeping, Leophine snuck into our chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted. Cradle of the Sleepless. I put Lozenique's life before the future of our people. It was not at that moment that I became unfit to be their guardian. Lozenique is one of your people. Protecting her was part of your duty. Thank you, Elio. You know just what to say. That was the only way to see the future where none of my people came to harm. Especially Lozenique. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian. My guardian. We'll find a way through this together. They even use the term guardian! Final Fantasy X confirmed! 8.0! Much desire. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Okay, what are all the 10 references that we can... So, obviously, Pelu Pelu, Rin's Travel Agency, Yacht Els Makalania. I swear there are some other ones. I should just be keeping better track. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leophine's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leophine's clutches. Whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. Dude, there's only been one moment of any comedy in the Paladin quest line so far. And it's been, like, in a quick flashback side thing. That's interesting. You're just a real-life Final Fantasy XIV character. I can only hope. Remember the Paladin profession was so silly in FF14 that we went back to Gladiator plot. I think it's Nordic based on passing through the Asian land. What, AT, what are you just quoting some random story, like, book? Like, what, just say what you're actually quoting. Unless that's some humping back. Arthur being activated, yeah. I like my Catgirl's narrative better than his. Catgirl's narrative. Is that one of the other... So far, I feel like I like the melee DPS better. I do like this. I like the serious elements of this. But, yeah. I wonder if we go to Mericidia, we have to be a guardian to the Dragon Priestess, like in Sunstone. No, that's an idea. He gave it up for a night with the cat. Oh, you like the cat girl narrative better? That took me a second. You give him giving up for that reason. Yeah. Yeah, now I follow. Yep. Damn, weren't you one of the people arguing that you didn't want it to be more like Hildebrand?
You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Lozenique and I was children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away without a care in the world. I had forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave the form to that thought, I opened them. Lozenique was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shut-Eye, after all.
Your duty? And it was your duty that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. But no more.
What are you saying?
I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep, but being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it. I want to walk it with you. Don't you know? But not yet. First we reclaim the cradle, and when we have it, we'll take our first steps towards the new future. I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. Maybe the cradle has been sapping Aether all along. Then does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about?
Not exactly. It may just mean that the cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder might pass on their fatigue. Rather, they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same.
Hey, it's like the Astral Umbral situation all over again.
The end effect would be the same. The cradle's wielder can go on without sleep, and its victim loses their strength to even keep their eyes open. Never took more than he needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awoken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint...
If we have this realization, it won't be long until Leofine does too. And then it will be too late. We'll have to root her out.
But I mustn't rush ahead blindly. As Lozenique never tires of telling me, I feel nearly as weak as a child right now. I must spend what precious time we have training to regain what strength Leofine stole from me.
You have my word. I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I suggest that you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. 2 more quests to go. And we're already almost 2 hours in. Jesus, I thought, for some reason, the role quests felt very short to me, but, like, I guess they are 2 hours worth of content each? That's crazy. But, how did, okay. I've come around to truly enjoying Hildebrand, especially with how it improves in Heavenward Plus. Yeah. Bizarre restaurants, getting a kitchen knife from an elven blacksmith using Nordic materials for some reason instead of the rice being super hot. It was super cool. Wait. AC, what story are you quoting from? Answer the question before we move forward. These happy days are yours and mine.
These happy days are yours and mine.
I only know that theme because of old Rugrats VHSs that had happy sales commercials for Happy Days in them. I've never actually seen an episode of Happy Days.
You're looking strong, Elio. Well, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. Still, there's much work to be done. Need even to be even better than I was before if we have any hope of catching Leofine. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know that they aim to topple the nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Don't you know? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any further than the Temple Knights? We've pondered the same question. Our best guess was that as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weaknesses.
Oh, Bizarre Restaurant is a thing. Okay, that's the name. It's a Korean comic. Okay.
She's using her...
This either sounds like a bad localization or someone who just doesn't know what they're talking about.
She uses her knowledge as her weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. A good plan, I admit. I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Firmalbert? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in her old squadron might be able to shed some light onto her past. Some of them even now patrol the city, and Firmalbert was a great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Lozanikwe. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again. And we're all better for it. Since you gathered the information, it's only fitting I should go to the legwork. Just let me know where the knights are, and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Firmalbert told me where to go, the names of these places mean nothing to me. Luckily, we have Elio to guide you. You'll go with Tenatoa, won't you?
I know this place like the back of my hand.
I knew we could count on you. All right, take note of these locations.
Thundercats VHS tape with a commercial for the original Zelda and Virgin Slims commercial. Oh, that's cool. Bizarre Restaurant. Getting a kitchen knife from an elven blacksmith using Nordic materials for some reason. Instead of the rice being super hot, it was super cold. Okay, wait, are you saying someone was granted an enchanted weapon that makes things cold? Because that's very different than forging something with cold. Enchanting something to have the attribute of cold is very different than forging something by the method of cold.
Being forced to work with someone like Leofine isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight that'll help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, Elio. Let's get moving.
I know this place like the back of my hand. I lived here an entire expansion, story-wise. I also have a house in the firmament on another character. Culinary and alchemist, you're making edible science. Also cooking up crafted items for bread frying for some reason. You need a printing press block? Let me fry it up real quick. Yeah, for custom deliveries. I know.
Now this is a rare privilege. What business could the Saber Ishgard have with a humble knight? Do you know anything about Leofane? You want to know about Leofane? Well, many temple knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofane was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made a mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life, or her idea of it anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. I hear she did leave, for a time at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofine's was sought out to aid in this plot, I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader must be. I'm curious to know as well. I have a beachfront property in Dandelion. Dude, Goblet's rad. Also, if you're in Crystal, it's the party spot. Beachfront and Mist. Our house for the FC is in the Mist. Speaking of the FC, if you would like to join, currently, Crystal Curl is now available. If you would like to make an alt or move your character to Curl to join our FC, we are currently recruiting. We also have a small fund for to help people transfer their characters if they'd like to. We have an FC house. We do community events all the time. And yeah, welcome to all. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me. I don't engage in idle chat. Do you know anything about Leofane?
I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? While few her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace, she often spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was just after such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate. Oh. Sorry, give me a second. Some might call it a cruel twist of fate, but dragons attacked her charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Nice falling asleep on... What the fuck was that? Oh, Knights falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar. Given what has happened, I have no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of immortal danger, yet she's only deluding herself. In time, she will be made to answer for her deeds.
Sorry, my chat broke. Cafe's House in the Goblet 2, totally recommend. Yeah, not as picturized as Shirogane, but it's lovely. I kind of like it more, though, because it's more like a place people are living, you know? Oh, I heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god, but here's a statue of flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing. My people make no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of the sleepless. Make objects the dead for fear. And thanks to his blessing, a wide eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. Pretty sure using cold to forge isn't a foreign concept, like using frozen tears for the seventh circle of hell or a frozen flame from Helheim. Okay, AC, you're confusing a cold object with using cold to forge. Forging is a process. Also, again, we're talking about there's a difference between mythic and actual processes, right? So the material is a frozen flame. Yes, but yeah, it still doesn't make sense. Like a cold flame to forge does not make sense unless you're existing in a completely topsy-turvy world where energy is effectively reversed. But to forge something, you must either be work hardening it, right? Here, let's simplify this. Forging, definition. Make or shape a metal object by heating it in a fire or furnace and beating or hammering it. You can either be forging it by working it, or by heating it, combining it, or giving it temperate properties by that heat. Yeah, you heat to shape, then cool to temper. You could, yes, we could, if they're using if they're using magical ice to cool it, to temper it, right? Like how you plunge into water, that could be one thing, right? Like, oh, the thing is so hot that in order to quench it, effectively you need the ice of hell in order to create a cold strong enough to quench it quickly so that it is caught in the form that you need it to be. It's quenched in that form rather than annealing, right? Because you don't want it to anneal. Like that would be fine, but that you're not using cold to forge, you're using cold to quench. Right? Daytime themed jump scare, yeah. Does Byrgot craft anything using fire? Presumably his forges must use fire, right? All is quiet, so even odd. Oh, all is quiet, even so I must remain official home. You have an interesting voice for a Knight of Ishgard. I gotta commit.
Liu Feng Hong, a name spoken in harsh whispers. No, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She has singular Tao Hong for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary.
A genius? Maybe we're too dense to see how her actions would cause Ishgard to collapse.
Yeah, okay, I gotta stop. Given that our group seem relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. If she had done that during the Dragonsong War, that would have been one thing, but these days, the thought gives me worried. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Okzundu in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir Hydaelyn has been debating whether to visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversaries' stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. Well, we know enough to guess her next move. You're right. You're right. Whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's clear she has an almost blinding focus on shaming the Temple Knights. And this, what did he call it? A delegation? May provide an irresistible opportunity. Finally, we have a knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this Hydaelyn what we know. Pretty sure using Cold Forge isn't a foreign concept. Mist is the best housing area. I can't change my mind unless they release Hanish housing. What about Crystarium housing or Moon housing or Everkeep housing? Bunch of lazy layabouts. Bring a more relevant story. Blah, blah, blah. The heat-shaped cold, cool to temper. Yeah, daytime. Yeah. My brother-in-law is 100% friends I taught him the ho. He's a great guy. Oh, that's cute. To forge something in the traditional sense, yes, but I'm using a different concept. No. You're just making up a different word then. AC, you're doing the thing that where you're saying alchemy exists, it just doesn't produce results. If you're saying yes, this thing that has a specific definition, but I'm saying the opposite of what this thing is, but using the same word, you're not. What you are in that case is just wrong. I don't think the traditional forging technique applies. Sorry, I'm not the author. AC, I think instead of defending them, maybe you should just accept that they're just wrong and they don't know what they're talking about. And maybe if I read it, they're talking in a purely mythic sense and therefore aren't worried about any kind of logic because it's poetic rather than literal. But I'm just saying that, like, definitionally, you can't use ice to forge. Like, definitionally, right? You could use it to chill, right? For tempering, for the quench or something. But you can't use it to forge. Just like on the definition of what the thing is and means. Yeah. I know some materials from fiction don't need to heat to alter its molecular structure for malleability. Sometimes it's sonic frequency vibrations. Vibrations are just energy. It's all just energy. Vibrations, heat, it's all just energy. It's just exciting the molecules. It's the same thing. So if you use energy to excite the molecules so that you can bind them, either way, if you cool it, you decrease the excitement in the molecules, thus preventing you from being able to forge. Thanks, Voltaire. Which isn't a lot, Althea, but it's strange that it happened twice. It's like saying I look like Brad Pitt, but different. Honestly, I'd rather have Hanish or Garlemald housing than First Moon Everkeep housing. Really? Okay. Hanish housing I get behind. Garlemald housing, we would need a full Garlean restoration first. But it could be a cool, I would love, once we get Garlean restoration, if and when we get our Garlean restoration, I would love there to be Garlean housing because I think it would be a really cool story to talk about one part of the restoration, but also like,
people like coming in and uniting and becoming a part of the regular part of Garlean lives. The problem is right now where we're at, there's no way that you could have Garlean housing that would not create animosity, in my opinion, because it would feel like an encroachment. Like they already were trying to step away from getting people out of Garlemald's way so they can help define their own future, and they're not feeling like they're under the boot heel, right, of the Garlean contingent, the Ilsebardian contingent.
You are ever welcome to the congregation, Elio. I'm well pleased of Leofine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. This must be Master Tenatoa, who've crossed the ocean from Tural. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal.
I'm better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long.
Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me?
I do. It's about Leofine.
I see you, and I had the same doubts. The delegation to Oxundu would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, it is only the meet that we maintain strength and friendly relations with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understandings of each of our unique cultures. Sonu Vanu, chief of the Zundu, was most eager to host, yet so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably.
I really do appreciate that the Rolequests, though, have you going, like, out, like, that it's not just all, we're all in Tural. The Rolequests helping to make old places more viable and integrate them back into the current expansion. It's such a good use of Rolequests. So that they've been doing that since Endwalker. I hope they continue to do that.
As we have no way of knowing if Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action, for the safety of all, you see.
I had a different thought. This might be the perfect chance to draw her out. That's right. Elio and I won't let anyone come to harm. And as long as you warn the Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please, send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofine.
Yes. Your words have merit.
Thank you for the sage counsel. You are right. The Zundu would not stand idly by while we suffer at Leofine's hands. Oh, I hope they do their dance. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home. It was brought low by a great hero, Elio. If we tell the Zundu that he is keeping watch over the proceedings, then I am certain all doubts shall be quelled. Then you'll proceed? Indeed. Time has come for we Temple Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counteroffensive. I shall bring this suggestion of a joint operation against Leofine to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to her schemes. I must discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to the Lord Commander. Though time is of the essence, I ask that you wait until our course is settled. My molecules are getting excited just seeing this reaction. It's Aether. Everything is Aether. Yeah. So, say if the Affinity Sword from Marvel doesn't need heat to forge, it was still forged, right? Or is that not the right word? No, AC. Okay. There's two possibilities here. Either the author of the comic does not know what the fuck they're talking about, so they're making shit up. Very possible. Or the author of the comic understands, but intentionally does not care because they're trying to create a representation of something that's mythic. In which case, all poetic license and definitions go out the window because, technically speaking, forge in this sense is just create with rules that we're not going to bother explaining. That it's really not even forging at that point. It's just creating. It's not technically forging. You can't... Oh, okay. How do I explain this? Okay. Tin and copper make bronze, correct? We're all on the same page here. I should get a whiteboard that I can just roll in. Okay, maybe that's the next funding goal after we finish the Stormblood box, is that we're gonna freaking get a whiteboard that I can roll in. You have tin and you have copper, right? You cannot take tin and copper, cool them down, and just hit them against each other, like put them on top of each other with a hammer, and get bronze. If you want bronze, you need to heat them up to a liquid state and have them combine. You can, yeah, if you want to make the alloy of bronze, you can't just hit them together. And if you cool them, the more you cool them down, the less you can combine them, because the... Okay. Cool. Are we good? Does everyone understands this? I think the guard in the Royal Promenade who jeers at you would have to update it first. Yeah, you've been led past the guy many times, you've seen assaults in it, and he says, what's low-life traps like you do? What's the appropriate tank role in Ishgard? I mean, Paladin, presumably. I mean, just to be the most accurate for Knight. Or Dark Knight. Dark Knight would be... I think Dark Knight, the idea that the Dark Knight would be the defender of justice in Ishgard. Yeah, Dark Knight would be, I think, the best choice.
Enatoa told me what you learned on Neophine. To be honest, I do empathize somewhat with her desire to be free from the bonds of sleep. But that's where my sympathy ends. It's exactly because we must sleep that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me of these Zundun, and we'll soon be visiting.
They're kind of like Hanu Hanu, but with a specific penchant for metaphor.
Really? Two groups of such people so far apart? The world really is full of surprises.
Ah! Easy! Even a single the thing is, AC, I know you well enough to know you're not trolling, but if this was anyone else, I'd think you would be trolling. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragons and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagined a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. The Wide Eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We've barely even considered sending delegations outside our village gates. And Cold Snap only made things worse. With everyone else struggling to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only look outward with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change. No hope to build trust. If only there was a way to bridge the distance between us and greet tomorrow, hand in hand. Amen. But maybe that's just a silly dream.
Maybe. Either way, it's a beautiful thought.
I'm glad you think so. I'll hold the future in mind as I get back to training. As for you, Elio, get some rest. If you fell asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head. Dest, are you still around? Oh, ow. Still have apparently some spasms. I was gonna say, what's the thing that you thought was gonna make me laugh, and is it specifically the final? Because if it's not the final, I'll probably do that one next. Sir Handaloo still hasn't said a word. I guess the others might not be enthusiastic about our plan.
Tell them the cradle of sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofine's mercy if she put you to sleep.
Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofine's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means that when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber.
Of course I'd agree with you, Tenatoa, but we have more pressing matters, namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover.
Right. Sorry. I got ahead of myself. Like a cough.
Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation in the Sea of Clouds.
And what have you decided?
I am pleased to say that the Zundu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at the moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop.
Thank you, Hydaelyn. We promise to do our part if Leofine shows herself. She won't get away this time.
We have but the hammer out the finer details. Once we are ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Eorzean as soon as possible, so you may help plan our strategy.
Something redacted happened. It was like, well, I now need to promote eardrums. Okay, cool.
I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as club. I'd gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you and Lozenique and Elio too. We're stronger together than we would ever could be apart. Cradle never would have been stolen if I had realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it.
Well then, we better be off. I'm keen to meet the chief, Sonu Vanu. AC can have cold coffee. No way we could have Garlean housing, yeah. Yeah, pretty much for the reasons I outlined. I don't think we would ever see that anytime. Well, okay, here's another reason from a practical standpoint that I don't think we will ever see our Garlean housing too. All the, like, in lore and universe points I made. Also, I don't think we will ever see housing for a... I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to say why I think I'm wrong. But I don't think we're ever going to see housing for a place that is not an A city or B city. Here's why I think I might be wrong. I could imagine moon housing. But also that's partly because of cosmic exploration, so. I feel like draining coffee's aether defeats the purpose of getting caffeine in your system. Does screaming and frustration count as a quotable line? To some. I mean, look, one of the lines y'all quote me on a lot is just me screaming about Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. Although, to be fair, it was, yeah, baby, as I went sailing through the screen. On the Netherlings, your return to Eorzean is welcome as the arrival of spring. Sonu knows why you come. Wicked Heart seeks to bring chaos to our home. And so the Zundu shall rise into its defense and needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the sun drop dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. We're getting the slow drop dance, baby! Let's go.
Chief Sonu Vanu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tenetor, and if this sun drop dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself.
The Zundu shall dance before Ishgar's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tenetor is welcome to join the proceedings.
This was your original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss.
Zundu warriors unify their strength through the sun drop dance, and the sight of these is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy spirit avoids needless bloodshed.
I love the Allied Society quest where they do that and beat the other guys with it. Oh.
Yet all dancers must hone their skill before wild animals first. But the sun drop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason that our dancers await at the outskirts of Eorzean for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud from over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of the moment. After that dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with... Chief Zundu, Netherling ship appears in the skies, like sudden sun shower hurtling toward Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship's markings are Ishgardian. Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessel.
The Temple Knights would never intentionally harm the Zundu.
Agreed. This has the scent of the enemy. Just as the Sonu has no reason to doubt that the sun shall rise on the morrow, he has no reason to mistrust the Temple Knights.
She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot.
Great winds can alter even raging rivers' course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. And now, we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests.
Right. Let's go. I don't drink coffee unless I'm really desperate for a snack. have never actually drank in a cup of coffee. I've had some coffee flavored things. I've like had a sip of coffee before, but I can't stand coffee. I did not realize bitter was in any way considered a positive thing until I was like a full-blown adult. I always just assumed bitter bad. Like bitter is just awful, and I still stand by that. Bitter is gross. Before you ask, the cold coffee will be warmed to make them chilled. You have to fix the big cheese before we get to moon housing. Yeah, true, Tam, true. If it were possible, if it were possible, and I'm saying if, I would love Garlean boxcar housing, like have your own personal train car sized apartment. It's an idea. Sundrop dance is good, but can we get them to do the moonlift dance? That assumes they did the travel quest. Yeah. Kill them. I'm aware of what the cold brew. Yeah, doubt. I only exist because of coffee. I like a good tiramisu. Read Tam. You're getting sun dropped. Apparently. If this is the work of the cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today, one way or another. Can I get a confirmation in chat for people who are willing to help Ray Ray? We're gonna need at least, preferably 12 people, or preferably like I guess 10 in that case. It won't take long, maybe an hour or so. We just need to get footage of the Near Alliance raid, the abandoned copied factory. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me. Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. It is a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about at my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knights, flagging honor. We would sooner see the wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zundu would be in the ship's path. The Furies favors me, for who now would trust a nation so careless to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut-eye, wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough. We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. If you want to help Ray Ray, go to the tea tree currently. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's power. All at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Oh, come on. You already know that. Why are you looking away? You know that. You accept that. You've embraced that. Ray, do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature. But that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Lozenique is by my side, that's the life I want. We'll get the cradle back together. I'll be your shield. She's exhausted the cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. Unbound, Leofine, the Unchivalrous. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I'll not give it again. This time, I shall send you into slumber from which you'll never wake.
Give back the cradle or we'll take it back. All bluster as usual. Take it, if you dare.
I do wish there were more missions that actually had you tanking.
Protect the Netherling warriors.
The Zundu, with them by our side, Leofi won't stand a chance. Why must he resist? Succumb to the burden of sleep and dream eternal.
Tea tree on Crystal Curl, correct.
Now wash away the darkness of sleep with the sun drop dance. Hoo ha, hoo ha.
Don't just stand there, kill them! Elio, defend our allies over there. I'll take the other side.
Witness the sun drop dance. Netherling warriors, awaken!
Fuck yeah.
What happened?
Can I heal them?
Ooh, I can!
Y'all don't give Clemency enough credit.
Mighty Zundu protect Netherling warriors.
Now you're all alone. This ends now, Leofine. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Well, very well. Dance with me, Wide-Eye. I have yet to test the strength granted to me. Your strength. Now I shall. Be undone! To think I could hold such immense power! Oh, the artifact isn't for such callous hands. The Narwhal's blessing is only for those with the heart of a defender. Elio, we need you to split up. Take that side. Thank you both. Healing is on your way.
I should be fine. Probably won't do too much. Yeah.
The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world.
Ooh. Oh, he's using Passage. Okay, cool. Oh! They're teaching players how to use Passage of Arms! Thank God! Thank Christ!
Some of y'all need to learn that if you see a giant glowing good thing, stand behind it. Ah! I'm alright. What about Tenatoa? You think that this piece of wood is for protection? Such a cloying sentiment. Cursed insects! You lot finish them off. Earn your freedom.
Sundrop chance shall rouse the Netherling warrior. Protect the sleeper until he awakens.
It's time for us to protect Tenatona. We'll get through this together.
not gonna do much good right now. When did I accidentally use Hollowed Crown? Must have pressed it sometime recently. Not exactly like she's doing that much damage, though.
On your feet, Tenatoa. It's your duty as the Wide Eye. What? What was I? Was I asleep? I owe you all my life. Thank you.
Soon do go to help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory.
No, sleep is inexorable. How are you doing this? I am far from finished. You will not withstand this.
You're gonna need some crazier tricks than that, lady.
Others aren't just tools to you. Is that your idea of freedom?
Yes! Teach people to interrupt! Yes! Thank you! Thank you, Christ! Booyah. Yes, agreed, Kaylin. It shouldn't be the point at which they're teaching this to people. And to be fair, it's not, but like at least there is a place where it's in there. They do need like a they definitely need a roll version of the Hall of the Novice. Doesn't need to be a job version, but definitely a roll version. If it's not already in there.
Oh, you stubborn. You may have won today, but this is not over.
Oh shit, she got a griffin.
Yes, it is.
Oh! Knockout.
Damned fool. Now! No!
I like that they actually had like a quick series of things happening together. Usually the spacing for this is less good.
Oh, say goodnight, Leophine.
Jeez. I hope the insinuation is that the griffin catches her, because otherwise he just murked that girl.
The Wide Eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about.
Look, the Warrior of Light could use a nap.
Alio, wake up. Are you all right?
Only he would smile at a time like this. Oh, that's cute. The impression is that the griffin did, yeah. Ooh, ha, ooh, ha, ee, ha, ooh, ooh, ha, ha, ooh, ha, ooh.
He's awake!
Yeah, exactly. Your work is done, Elio. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine, and with the cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the seas to be a success.
The Zundu helped gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. Oh, we couldn't have done it without you.
Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Gale Cat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You were equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. The Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Hydaelyn is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Jesus Christ, it took me over 2.5 hours to get one done. Okay, I'm gonna try to see if we can get a second one done faster. Because that means I'm still gonna need to do 3 tomorrow then. I thought I was gonna get through them all today. One roll quest. Two roll quest. Wordfly is always getting woken up by Grahatia knocking on his door. Oh, Elio, I could have told you it was going to take a few days. Hope ever springs eternal with me, okay? As does the belief that there will be a lack of tangents for some... What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? Cope springs. I like that. That's very good. I'm making a note to use to say that at some I don't know, but like that's. Ah, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat to Leofine foes is no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me anything. After all, it wasn't my fault that the cradle was stolen in the first place, and ultimately my fault that your delegation to Oxundu turned into a melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between the Zundu and Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. Holly, if anybody wants to go help, well, here, I'll finish the quest and I'll explain it. And while we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make it known the story of Leofine's schemes and the heroes who worked to foil them, and in time, I hope that the trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knight shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come, relations which shall form the foundation for Ishgard's future. We would be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be there. No questions asked. And with that, it's time we return home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tuliolal on our way back, Elio. If you have business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at Jabal of Tias before setting off. See you soon. Hopefully.
Tea tree on still. Sorry, I'm just putting a ping in the looking for group. Okay, before we go there, I'm going to show you guys where you should go. So this is where, in case anybody's watching this after the fact, this is where we always go to meet up for when we're doing events or gathering people together. And that is what we call the tea tree. It is you go to Limsa Lamensa, you go to the Aft Castle, and it is right here. So we're getting people all crewed up right here. I don't know if Ray Ray's not currently there, but this is where Ray Ray will be. And they hopefully will be trying to start by 6. Yoctoral, that's where I'm going. I might not be able to join if that's the case. Let me... Can someone tell me, can you start the Hildebrand quest line without finishing 7.1, or do you have to start 7.1? Are we in the same world, though? Do I got to transfer over? You have to go to Crystal Curl. Crystal Curl. It's always Crystal Curl. And you, just in case you don't know, Holly, you obviously you can transfer over without like having to pay to transfer your character. You can just like go, server hop.
I'm glad you made it back to Toral, Elio. I'd been in Ishgard for so long, I'd almost forgotten what it's like to sweat. But I remember now. You can be sure. Elio, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago and appraised Brook Evu of everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Tuliala and Ishgard were likely like entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Is anything the matter, Tenatoa? Nothing. It's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zundu show that looking to your neighbors can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard, Handalu, the bond between Ishgard and Zundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? He who bent his ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in his eyes. Thank you, Elio. For believing in us. For believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me that the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that's not the end. You're right. It's our faith in our allies and their faith in us that gives us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust, and we must take care to mend them properly. We can do that and learn to look towards the future hand in hand. And there'll be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. 2. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right. Right, of course.
I mean, he wanted that. Why? That's what he'd been saying he wanted the whole time.
If we're going to see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thanks for everything, Elio. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share.
I don't think that's saying friends are his power. I mean, it's friends is power if it's saying, hey, if we build a better world where we can trust each other and lean on each other. I mean, like, yes, literally it is saying my allies can be my strength, which is, but I do think that the way that friendship is my power is used as a pejorative is that Kingdom Hearts is using that, saying that thoughtlessly. Because he's not even saying my friends are my power. He's saying if I want a world in which I don't need to fight, I need to build bridges because that's the only way to peace, right? And that's me. That's important. We all fucking could use a little bit more of that in our lives right now, okay? I think we could all stand to definitely be abiding by that for sure. There's a Dest. Also, Dest, you got a lot of like pink going on. I haven't. That's a whole moly. Okay. Okay. Which one should I play next? I'm gonna try to at least get through most of it, if not at least part of it. What jobs do I have that I haven't done? So I did melee. I have tank. Dancer is the biz range I know the best. So magic. I could do summoner. Healer. I should do healer. But I don't have my sage level, and I don't know white mage very well. Whenever you hear that, all I can think of is fairy tale in the anime. Also, is this level 90 gear? I don't even have my level 100 gear. Let me go grab. Where's the nearest? Holy spam and blood for the blood lily. Yep. Every day when you're walking down the streets, everybody that you meet has an original point of view, and I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. Arthur had lessons? Healer. I don't get why this box is here. Serenity. Piety. New Horizon. Oh, that looks pretty good. Man, not a lot of outfits don't look good on Eorzean, I'll tell you what. Oh no, Holly, I have hundreds of hours on the healers. I just haven't played white mage to 90, mostly because or to 100, mostly because I was leveling in other things. So like I know how to play it. I just don't know like how to play it at a level I would deem acceptable, which is basically at EX or Savage level. She should be. Is Ray Ray not there? Sorry, give me a second. Oh, Des, that's crazy. That's okay. Something's wrong. Like the things that are getting through QA lately are like the level to which there are like QA issues that are getting through that have never, that don't, like things like this have got back. There is something going on behind the scenes right now. I don't know if it's they're like training up a lot of new QA people. I don't know if they're creating new tools to try and catch things. So there's like some growth problems. But right now, there is some stuff getting through that should have never got through. Yeah, V, I just messaged her. We'll see. If she doesn't respond in a little bit, we'll just call it off. But because there's not much we can do. But yeah. What business do you have with me? Ah, my apologies. You were Brook Evu's guest, were you not? I'm Nipnye, and I have journeyed from the northern valleys of Jacques Dural to reach this grand city. From the northern valleys. Northern valleys. When he says northern valleys, that makes me think. Well, I mean, he says northern valleys. Is he just saying north of Tuliolal? I don't know. Northern valleys, far from the northern valleys of Zoctral to reach this grand city. Tell me, traveler, what is your name? I'm Elio. At your service. Elio, rest assured I shall remember it. A shame that we must meet under these unfortunate circumstances. My village's prized possession was among the treasures stolen by the passage of the Unbound. It is known as the Heartsting. Ooh, give me a second. I'm gonna... No.
note that. Vidral. Ooh. Oh, that's Trella. Soul of a dread scorpion. It is known as the Heartsting, the soul of a dread scorpion. One of the Tural Vidral is sealed within. The creature was once hunted its prey using an array of toxins produced within its body, and was a menace to all. Those granted the Heartstring's gifts may wield this fearsome power as they see fit. We believe that the thieves have already taken it across the ocean to Eorzean, and I would doubtless wreak havoc in the wrong hands. Thus, I seek a healer to remedy any harm wrought by the Heartsting's toxins in that faraway land. I won't mince words. You're precisely the sort of man I seek. We must act quickly to avoid the worst. Will you lend us your aid?
Aiding those in need is what I do best.
You have my gratitude. To that matter at hand, then, while I was making inquiries here in Tuliolal regarding the thieves' whereabouts, some Eorzean merchants told me a rather intriguing tale, specifically those returning from Limsa bringing fell tidings, tales of able-bodied men and women suddenly losing their vision. An all too familiar account, as the Heartsting allows mastery over all manner of poisons, including those that inflict temporary blindness. A great deal of training is required to properly utilize the Scorpion's gift, but the blinding toxin is one of the simplest to wield. It seems to me the brigands are the masterminds of these strange incidents, harnessing the treasure's power for their own nefarious ends. Lashakana, the village eldest daughter, makes for Limsa in the pursuit of the Heartsting. I intend to set sail with her, but my foot was badly injured by a strange mechanical doll during the thieves' ambush. Loshkana insisted that I remain here to recover, and she would not take no for an answer. It was asked that you cross the sea in my stead and provide Loshkana your aid, considering that our enemy wields deadly poisons. The danger is too great for her to face alone. Based on when she departed, I presume she arrived at her destination by now. She boarded a merchantman, captained by a woman named Baldbrida, who was primarily based in Limsa. She may be able to help you locate Loshkana.
Heartsting sounds to me like an acute form of heartburn. Yeah. For context, after you do the capstone quest, you talk to the Femhroth. One of the dialogue boxes isn't translated. Yeah. Okay, in here. Okay, well, the only way I can say that they will help the practice or just go in blind trial. Oh, yeah, I'm not too worried. I can't see with all the names piled on top of everybody. No worries. Let me see if I got a message back. Cool, Ray Ray's on the way. I think she was just trying to gather footage and she didn't realize people were going to actually show up. Give me a second. You may have a jar of dirt, but I have a box of donut. And yes, I mean donut singular. I have a box of donut. They're custard filled. Because I hate jelly. I did steal a donut, V. There were only 2 left. Oh, Hi, I'm Baldbrida. And if you were planning to sell your healing services to me and my crew, don't. The ship ain't settling for sale for a short while. Actually, I'm in search of someone. Eh? Looking for a tall little woman named Loshkana. Hey, aye, she made the crossing with us, trying to retrieve some sort of treasure, as I recall. I told her Hawker's Alley was her best bet for the latest chatter, so you might find her wandering there's about. Keep an eye out for a Eorzean lass in a red tunic carrying a spear on her back. She can't have gone far. Should be, yeah, cool. Fine then, I'm keeping all the pizza to myself. No! Not the toastine. No, not toastine. Not the Dorje. No, Dorje. I can't speak!
DiGiorno! You might hate those Pokemon jelly donuts. Yeah, I really do hate onigiri. Actually, I love onigiri when it has salmon filling. But for whatever reason, some people put goddamn tuna fish in onigiri and they're demons. You're all foul folk. Isn't that just a random comment from Pirates of the Caribbean from Jack Sparrow about a jar of dirt? Yes. What's the difference between what's the difference between jam and jelly? Can't jelly your dick in a door. I think that's what no, it's something like that. Berliner Perfkin are just such a jelly food. Oh, cool. Yeah, jelly donuts are common here, but I'm all about that custard. Hi. Oh. Oh, hello there, stranger. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm Elio. I think I was sent for you. Nipyane sent you to help, did he? Seeing as I've hit something of a dead end, your timing couldn't be better. I suppose proper introductions are in order then. I'm Loshkana of Jacques Terral. And you are? I'm Elio of, well, Eorzean. A pleasure to meet you, Elio. With that, we're strangers no longer. I'm not sure how much Nipyane already told you, but I'm assuming you'll want to hear more about the day of the theft. My father and Nipyane had just set a trap using up one of the Heartstings toxins. Also, there was very little humor in there was like arguably 2 moments. One of them was purely a musical sting about you thinking they were dead, the knights were dead and they were asleep. The other is the knights in compromising positions. Other than that, there's no humor in the melee. Like I was expecting there to be something more like the Namazu from the melee. Trap using one of the Heartsting's toxins, and we're on their way to return the treasure to its resting place. But an evil presence stirred in the wilds that night. Mechanical dolls with great glowing eyes leapt from the shadows and gravely wounded them both. Are they mammoths? My father survived the encounter, thankfully, but he was unable to give chase and convalescence now in my home village. These culprits' faces elude me in the darkness, but he heard 2 voices, a man's and a woman's. He recognized neither, so we're certain they aren't from our village. Whoever these 2 were, they must have been the ones controlling the dolls before making off with the Heartsting. Brooke Evu said that part of the passage of the Unbound, but I'm afraid that's all I know of the culprits. Still, they may change if I can ascertain the cause of the recent blinded incidents that have occurred here. Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck asking around. The thought of addressing even one of these persons here is as well overwhelming. When you're from a remote village like mine, the few I've attempted to speak with were too busy to even listen in the first place. You, on the other hand, look ready to take on the world, or at least this city. I'm sorry to ask this of you so soon after we've met, but could you help me? And gather the last of the hearsay at the markets. Many thanks. I'll search the quieter districts for clues in the meantime, and hopefully not get myself lost along the way. Jam and jelly, just different names for the same thing. Are jam and jelly the same thing? Can I get a confirmation on that one? Tuna makes me want to throw up. Thank you. It just force-fed that as a kid. I don't. My empathy to you. Is there any difference between them or how they're? Is there only a difference between them or how they're made? I thought jam and jelly had different processes for maybe how they were made.
The recent chaos in the markets. I'm told the Yellow Jackets have been through investigating the matter in a cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. If you're in a hurry, there's a Yellow Jackets making her rounds by the way of the Fishermen's Guild. They'll be a good one to ask.
How did I even? How did I do that? That's a new way of spelling something.
Blinded incidents. I know of them. Start off with some bad fruit at a stall in Occa's Valley. A few bites in and the folks start going writhing on the ground like beached serpents claiming they can't see the bloody thing. I don't blame them for raising hell with the shopkeepers neither. Poor Sauls couldn't make it in until the treatments came in. They couldn't see properly. The shopkeeper was rightly furious about the whole ordeal. Took it up with a long-time supplier. Escalated into a real spectacle it did. Turns out the same problem is occurring at other stalls and with fruit from different suppliers. So it doesn't make good sense to pin the blame on an individual seller. The whole supply chain's tainted. Even now, nobody knows what's causing it. Grim business, I tell you.
What is the difference between jam versus jelly? Jam and jelly are both fruit preservatives, but they differ in the type of fruit used and their texture. Jam is made from crushed or chopped fruit, water, sugar, and pectin. Has a thick, semi-transparent texture with a small pieces of fruit. Can be used as a spread on toast, biscuits, blah, blah, blah. Jelly is made from fruit juice, sugar, and pectin. Has a clear, firm texture. Can be made from straining the solid parts out of crushed fruit. So yeah, so there is a difference. Yeah, jelly doesn't have the like pieces of fruit in it. Isn't bacon jam just grease?
Why, yes, I know a bit about the blind incident.
Not Southern.
I experienced it firsthand. I was rather peckish, so I purchased some fruit from a local stall and took a few bites on my way home. But before I knew it, my vision went dark. I stood there shaking and crying, terrified of what would happen if the darkness never faded. Thought I was alone, until I heard a woman nearby howling with laughter. Fortunately, I didn't suffer long. Past an adventure cured my sight with Asuna, and went about the rest of my day as though nothing happened. But I haven't been able to look at fruit the same way twice.
Okay, so Asuna works on it. That's good to know. Also, why would you laugh about... You gotta be fucked. You gotta be really fucked to be like, ha ha ha, you're never gonna see again, ha ha ha!
Well, be good. You're Elio Forgerant, are you? The Elio Forgerant. It's an honor to meet you, the realm's vaunted hero up close. Is there aught I can assist you with? I hear all sorts on my rounds, so if it's information you're after, you come to the right person.
I was wondering if you knew anything about the blinding incidents?
Oh, yes, the serial blindness. They're causing a terrible ruckus around here. You know, a woman in red came for this way for a few moments ago to ask about the very same. I take it you two are acquainted.
Yep, she's helping me.
Aha! I thought so. As I told her, another incident was reported yesterday morning. The victim brought fruit from a local vendor, took a few bites, and then temporarily lost all vision. Same as the rest. The vendor in question was last seen to the south of the Octant, so I'm headed there next to follow the trail. You're welcome to join me if it'll help your investigation.
Where would you even find bacon jam? I don't think I've ever seen that in stores. Yeah, it's not... You have to make it yourself, like, hollow. Okay. I'm still like, I don't... All sneezes can be violent sneezes. Okay, bacon jam is a bacon-based relish similar to all stuff. Oh, this isn't jam. Bacon jam is a bacon-based relish similar to Australian starter. Yeah, it's made through a process of slow cooking the bacon along with onions, vinegar, brown sugar. Okay, this is jam in name, not jam in action. This is not. Yeah. It's more like a meaty smear than it is like a, yeah. Weird, because I've seen jalapeno jelly in the stores next to the normal jelly and in the deli. Jalapeno jam. I don't like jam in general, so I can't join you guys there, but you'll have to let me know.
Elio, is this man gonna be alright?
Can't move. Okay, I'll admit. Lullafell ass up. Please, no one take me saying who would laugh at someone who's blind. That's absolutely inhuman. And then flash cut to me staring at a Lullafell blind ass up on the floor laughing.
He's paralyzed. We've got to do something. But I've no talent for healing magics, and I don't have any spine to drops on me either. Perhaps Asuna might do the trick.
What do I have Asuna's attack to? I got Medica 3, Cure. There, no, that's Repose. Swift Cast. Crazy? Okay, it's on teeth, that's why. Jalapeno jam poppers, oh lord. I'm healed. Oh, thank the 12. And you lot, of course.
Excellent work, Elio. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I owe you my thanks as well. Now, I hate to ruin the mood, but I'll need you to report this to my superiors. Could you tell us what transpired here before you found you, sir?
It was awful. Just awful, I tell you. I was walking home after another arduous day at work, minding my own business, when a Lalafelian merchant suddenly called out to me. You, my good man, look exhausted, he said. Why not soothe your weary spirit and fill your empty belly with one of the realm's sweetest apples you've earned it. Nay, you deserve it.
Teaching killers about Asuna, yeah.
'Twas a tempting sales pitch, but I wasn't keen on gambling potentially cursed fruit. Sensing my apprehension, he proudly declared his merchandise safe to eat.
I was worried it was poisoned, but he told me it was fine.
He sounded sincere enough, even took a bite of the apple himself.
No tainted fruit here, he boasted. Just a normal, honest-to-God's produce.
He sold me the apple at a reasonable discount, and all seemed well. That is, until I took my first bite, and the numbness spread through my body like wildfire. I collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak a single word. The vendor and his fruit had suddenly betrayed me, yet I knew not how. As I fell, a woman's shrill laughter echoed from a few yalms away, and the vendor soon followed. I never knew the woman for myself, but what with the whole not being able to move business. But between her laughing fits, she made mention of the heart sting or some such.
Okay, already the humor here is a little bit more.
But even it's still like it's playing it straight with a little bit of like comicness, right? So it's not
like Hildebrand. But we'll see.
Oh, you poor dear. And this woman you mentioned, you're positive she spoke the word heart sting? As surely as the wind blows. For a worse scene, neither she nor her vendor friend tried to steal my belongings, but they certainly stole my dignity. I hope those conniving charlatans get what's coming to them. This is dangerous fruit we're dealing in. First blindness, now paralysis? But first things first, I should escort this man home. If you've a mind to pursue the perpetrators further, then have care out there, alright?
Yeah, I can't doing this. I'm so glad that I'm doing this after the Asuna changes. Asuna used to be cast, but now it's insta-cast, right? Yeah, that's wow.
There's no doubt about it then. Our thieves are at large, right here in Limsa Laminsa. The blinding toxin is simple enough to master, but it's unsettling how quickly they've learned to inflict paralysis as well. I just don't see what purpose this all serves. Were you able to learn anything of their motives?
Not exactly.
But they keep laughing whenever there's a victim. So they take pleasure in the victim's pain, but nothing more. At least, nothing more than that we know of.
I need to maybe go southern because I keep going into Leminson.
Whatever their true aim may be, we must discover it quickly before more victims suffer at their hands. A hunter must adapt to their environment if they wish to snare their prey, but I have so much to learn about this place. Still, I've tracked them this far, which is a good start. For the time being, I'd like to petition those officers in yellow for any new information they acquire in the Heartsting's whereabouts. When we come across any promising leads, I hope I can count on your support again.
Granted, the cast wasn't long, but you absolutely could feel the difference when the cast. Yeah, and the other thing is now you have access to your OGCDs quicker, in a sense, right? You have more moving tech. It's just, yeah. Technically, you still are on the GCD clock. Yeah. As Cleanse was an instacast before they removed it. Yeah, but now everyone having Asuna. The thing to me is like Asuna isn't something that should be particular to certain jobs, because if you make it universal, you can assume all healers will have it, which means you can create fights with the assumption it exists. And then also, I think it's more interesting for healers to, rather than asts are the one who have it, healers be about being a good healer, you know? And so like you just be on top of that. Like I said, it's Hildebrand coded. You can see the Hildy influence if it's
I don't even know I would say coded so far. I mean, with what I've played, I would say the humor when it appears is Hildebrand flavored, but not at the same extremes, you know?
But we'll see.
It's more naturally spread into the stuff so far. I mean, the Namazu being the least, but like even the Namazu still being. Say, Elio, can you spare a moment?
Indeed I can.
I'll try to start on a positive note then. The good news is that there have been no further incidents involving the poison fruit.
I should be happy about that, but it's not exactly conducive to tracking down our thieves. Despite my best attempts, my investigation's at a standstill. Oh, Elio! I bring news from the Coral Tower. A lot of fellow men matching the description of that fruit vendor was seen leaving the city with a Eorzean woman. It seems they're making for Aleport. We've increased patrols lately, so I had to guess the culprits are finding it harder to operate within the city. Seems we'd be forced them to withdraw for the time being. Aleport, you say? That's on this island, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. It's possible to go on foot, but the ferry by the Fisherman's Guild can take you straight there. Well, we Yellow Jackets must continue to keep an eye on things here. It's reassuring to know an adventurer of Elio's caliber is on the case. If you plan to pursue the suspects, Aleport's your best bet. That said, I should get back to work. It was an honor to meet you and your friends, Elio. Safe travels to you both, and give these crooks a good thrashing for me. The city's protectors place so much trust in your abilities. I'm lucky to have you on my side. It's also about how the villains are portrayed. When I first set sail for Eorzean, I fear I'd never see the heart sting again. But we're one step closer to bringing it home. In any event, we best find our way to the port town before the pair of troublemakers defiles another fruit supply. I'll go on ahead and take the ferry. Meet me in Aleport once you're ready. I guess I would say with Samidare and Leofine so far, I don't see them of the ilk of like Hildebrand. Like Leofine chews the scenery a little bit, but she's more in line with like job quest villains than she is. And then Samidare is a little, not even camp, but a little arch. You know? But like, I don't know. They're nothing like a Yojimbo or a. Well, like Greg specifically, or what's another good example? Like the leader guy from Endwalker's one. I don't think I could ever play a healer. Too much micromanagement and stress. Yeah, I think I love playing healer and tank, particularly for those reasons, but yeah, I can understand they'd be stressful. I mean, the thing I would point out that with healer is that, particularly if you do things like duty support or play with someone who can help you like onboard it, is that the degree to which that micromanagement becomes fun rather than stressful comes with competency over time. But no, I mean, some people just don't want that. It's the same way that like some people can be really good at tank if they still just don't want to be the main tank, just because they don't want that pressure. The pressure it's in and of itself, but I honestly enjoy that pressure. I enjoy the pressure because in the same way that I want to be the worst person on my team because it forces me to strive to be better. If I'm going to be main tank, if I'm going to lead an alliance raid, I have to know what I'm doing. So I need to learn. I need to be better. I need to be good. Like I like that pressure because I already had, you know. But I understand why some people don't. Yeah, that too. Yeah, Danny's not wrong. Ah, there you are, Elio. You're a welcome sight among such unfamiliar scenery. The ferry skipper was eager to teach me all about this area on the right side here, so I believe I have the general idea of what's what. Wouldn't want to lose my bearings on this hunt. That's important. I asked him about our merchants, but he said he hadn't seen a pair like that. The skipper did mention another merchant, though, the one who's well versed in the comings and goings of his fellow traders. If anyone sighted our unlikely duo, it's him. Let's hope it's enough to put us on the culprit's trail again. The merchants we see should be peddling his wares by the gates of the Skull Valley, so let's start there. Da, da, da. Scooby-Doo. Things get so much mitigation. Yeah, dungeons. There's not really a lot of reason to feel too stressed out in dungeons, even trials. Alliance raids, maybe, particularly certain alliance raids like current one, if people are on top of their game. Yeah, you really don't need to stress about hardcore healing until EX. Alliance raids, I think, being the one place where there's more wibble wobble.
Hey, can I help you?
Yeah, have you seen a Lalafell and a Hyur?
A Lalafell and a Eorzean traveling together. Aye, I spied them, though I'd never seen them before. They certainly made an impression. They sold some potions and elixirs to pair fresh-faced adventurers on the cheap, from what I could tell.
If those merchants really are culprits, then those potions are most likely tainted with toxins.
Toxins, you say? That don't bode well. The adventurers who bought 'em, a marauder named Whistleum and a conjurer named Zirig, already left for their next job.
They were escorting one of the local farmers over to Swiftperch.
They're good lads, the two of them. They've been making life easier for the small folk here ever since they arrived. I hate to see something happen to them. Someone needs to warn them about their potions right quick.
I also love that they're like integrating the like adventurers helping the low level stuff in the world and still referring to it.
Leave that to us. Swiftperch is southeast of here, yeah? Let's find them before the poisons take hold.
I love this mount so much. I knew it, mammoths! I'm surprised the mammoths are involved with Lenosia rather than Ul'dah, though. Oh, my accessories are probably all still 90, aren't they? I'm gonna have to go pick up some accessories. Do I have tombstone? No, I don't. Right, I need to press this, I need to press that. Now I've got my dots up. Actually, you know what? Are any of these that I have want to make this better? Make this better.
Stay on your guard, Elio. We're being watched.
Isa, indeed.
Oh, ew. Thank the gods you found us when you did. Those potion sellers must have swindled us. One draught of elixir was all it took to send Zirig into the most furious fit of hiccups I had ever seen. Poor bastard couldn't cast a single spell.
Who are you to calling a poor bastard? If the Heartstings toxins are at work here, we should be able to cleanse them with Asuna, just like last time.
I'm sorry. Did you say... Oh, sod it. Well, plenty of time to chat after Zirig stopped hiccuping a storm. I had to ask more of you, but could you cast Asuna on my partner? It'd be much appreciated.
I've been last person alive sometimes and then having to raise everybody, just a lot of stress. No, I mean, Holly, you're not alone. It's just funny because I feel like a lot of people in T are actually the other way around of like they don't mind healing, but they God save them if they had to tank. Oh shit! Jesus Christ! Okay, be right back. Oh, in the words of one leprechaun, Jesus Christ, they're after my Lucky Charms.
I can speak again. You have my thanks.
Bloody hells. First we waste our hard-earned coin on poison potions, and now there's a killer mammoth on the loose. What's this world coming to?
Who goes there? Show yourself. Oh, wait!
Are they fucking doing a goddamn, what's it called in 11?
Minion Mancer? No.
Puppet Master? If so, we're never seeing that job.
Oh me, oh my, our spiel-building friend has a sharp eye.
That would explain the mammoths. You're the frauds from Airports.
Why, yes, and watching your scrawny compatriot suffer was the highlight of our day. I admit the poison was meant to silence him, but hiccups? So was comedy at its finest. Perhaps the elixir reacted with the venom. Regardless, we've had our fill of fun from the results, so I shan't complain.
Venom? Then you must be the thieving coward from the Passage of the Unbound.
Oh, my sweet fairy apple, you know us. I suppose that means we're famous. I can't believe it. No, who am I kidding? Yes, I can.
Oh,
Indeed, I am the Passage of Unbound's alchemist extraordinaire, the illustrious Elret, and I am so very pleased to make your acquaintance. Coco Noah at your service, Elret's helping hand and master of mammoths.
okay. I feel a little the Hildebrand.
Your garb is ever so familiar to me, my dear. Also, but here's the thing. Hildebrand is cranking it to 11. I don't feel like this is cranked to 11. I mean, it's theatric, it's playful, it's all those things, but it's not cranked to 11. It's like, this is like an 8, you know? Your garb is ever so familiar to me, my dear. Ah, don't tell me you hail from that little village in Tyrell, don't you? My goodness, you came a long way. How was the voyage? Enjoying the sights?
Enough. You got a lot of explaining to do. Start with the reason you took the Heart Sting. Is this part of your organization's grand scheme?
Well, well, the apple bites back. 'Tis true that my unbound compatriots harbor lofty ambitions, yes, but I have no interest in overthrowing nations. I merely crave the mires of chaos they promised me. I am to bring more laughter to the dreary world, one mischief and a few handy poisons at a time. Kokonoa and I are having oodles of fun expanding our repertoire of toxic treats. Yet there's no greater kill to our thrills than a healer who can whisk our hard work away. Unless, of course, I master a toxin even he can't cure. Oh, I do love a challenge. Now, I hate to leave you, my dears, but our work here is done, and we've a busy schedule ahead of us. Mammoths to mend, venomous misdeeds to master. Ta-ta for now.
No, wait, damn you!
Bombs away!
Ooh, that animation look was good. Oh, that stench smells like a corpse. Just shat itself. Oh, man. That's how you know he's from Laminsa.
This odor's too much to bear. Take me home to the 12s would whistle. The air is clearer there.
Okay, this is humor. Oh no, don't you dare give up on me, Zirig. We still got a job to do.
Yeah, I still hold that this is like at an 8. It's like, yes, that's a funny moment. Yes, she's theatric, but it's like, it's more even keeled still. It's not like, oh, it's more like,
Oh, no, that's
okay. So Hildebrand is, whereas this is just,
you know, something like that. We mustn't keep our clients waiting any longer. We're in your debt. Thank you again for everything, Miss,
Loshkana, and this here's Elio. Take care of each other now. Much like I like to track down the Unbound, I know better than to tread further into the territory without a plan. For now, I think it best we return to Limsa Laminsa.
Is that a new glamour top? Holly, I think you might be a little bit behind. You may want to check to see if like you can move forward in time. And for which character are you talking about?
How wealthy would a healer be in a fantasy game, or is it church healers with that start? Okay, one, you say fantasy game, it's like, well, Final Fantasy 14 is a fantasy game, but also, like, a Game of Thrones is a fantasy game, but also, like, Tales of Symphonies, like, you can't just, that's such a huge spectrum. Like, it's good to ask interesting questions, but you do need to, like, set what you're, like, without setting boundary conditions for the question, it's an impossible question. I feel like my comments on the Fields Hildebrand coded are taken a bit more extreme than I mean them. I mean, Tam, it's me. How often do I, like, take something you guys are saying as a general vibe check as hyper literal and then engage overly with it? Every stream, right? But also, Tam, to be fair, it's not just you, that other people have said this, which is why I'm kind of, like, overly, like, delving into my feelings on it as we go through. Thank you for this report back there, Elio. Suna truly does work wonders. And that Elret, can't stop thinking about what she said. My blood boils knowing that this is all some sick game to her. How dare she toy with the heart sting for her own amusement? Honestly, even the youngest children in my village have more sense. Still, we did make progress. Now that the villains have revealed themselves, it'll be easier to give chase when they choose to make their next move. In any case, I'll keep you appraised in the latest news as soon as I hear it. We'll be back to hunt before long. I don't think we're ever going to get Puppet Master. Puppet Master's never going to be a job in this game, I don't think. Maybe it could be a limited job, but I think we're never seeing a Puppet Master now that they've actually have like a character who's effectively doing it in a role quest. I know I've also said, like, well, you could have Geomancer, even though effectively Geomancers show up in the Astrologian job quest. And it's like, clearly they're not going for that. At most, we wouldn't get a Geomancer. I think we'd get something Geomancer adjacent. I hope we get something like Rune Fencer for a tank. That would be rad. Oh, it's you, Elio. You'll have to forgive the dour mood. I just don't understand it. How is that Elret and Kokonoa can be so grievously grandiosely reveal their names and identities, yet I remain unable to track them down? I've been following the latest hearsay, but I haven't had much luck. Not a soul's seen them since the incident with Wisselholm and Zirig. But that's not to say I'd given up entirely. Now that they know I'm their trail, I suspect they're using my unfamiliarity with the island to their advantage. I dare say they're lying low on the outside of the city. That's why I propose a trip to the Morby dry docks. Folk here often speak of it, but I've yet to go there myself, so it seems a good place as any. If you're game, I'll meet you there. More like, when don't you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In fantasy stories, some have negative stigma on healers. You're saying, AC, you gotta define things more. You can't. You're going too broad, man. Fantasy stories, some have negative stigma on, and some they have. In some fantasies, they have negative. Some fantasies they have positive. If you just say fantasy, it's such a wide. You're like, are you talking about high fantasy, low fantasy? Like, it's like saying science fiction. It's so broad as to be like within the confines of trying to talk with any specificity about this discussion. Kind of useless. Give me something to reach with. They're undercharged an arm leg for a heal. I don't know that I necessarily know any story that immediately comes to mind that does that. I'm not saying that there aren't plenty. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know that that's necessarily... I know plenty of stories where, like, healers are highly held in high regard. Yeah, that's a good game. I got it when it was originally on the GameCube. Good game. What game? What game are you referencing, Holly? Which game did I reference that you're referencing? Ah, there you are, Elio. While I was waiting for you, the fellow came asking for help. Sorry to trouble you, yeah? But me and my little brother got missing, and I couldn't use a hand to finding him. He said he wanted to see the ships, and I made so I started showing him around. The next thing I know, he was gone. That's probably got himself lost. Oh, that poor dear. I know we still have the heart sting to consider, but I'd like to search for this man's brother if that's all right with you. Well, it's important. Much appreciated. I'm sure we'll find him all the faster with your help. Yeah, but thanks. My brother made one say boo to a goose, so that he's out of the drunk and gone along. He's got a mopping on red hair like mine, so you know him when you see him. We'll keep an eye out, and I know you're itching to search for him as well, but I would ask that you wait here in case he shows back up.
Let's split up so we can cover more ground. Good luck. Sake. For example, sake, medieval fantasy. For its sake, sorry. Sake, Jesus. Apparently alcohol in the mind. Yeah, but in some medieval fantasy stories, I've seen the exact opposite, AC. So I'm like, if you have a specific story you're referring to, like, I guess, what's your question here exactly? How wealthy would a healer be in a fantasy game, or is it a church healers with that stereotype? I mean, it's completely dependent on the world building. Like, you could create a justification that healers in a fantasy setting are super unnecessary because everyone has healing magic. Or you could argue that in a fantasy setting, because there's so many injuries that not everyone has healing magic, so those who have healing magic are particularly prized. Or, like, so, what is your question here exactly? Because it's how wealthy would a healer be? As wealthy as unwealthy, dependent on the world building you establish. So, like, if you said in 14 or in this story, or like, pick a story or a context first and then ask that question. Otherwise, it's a useless question, right? Just because you can't answer it, because the answer is anything. They could be poor or they could be incredibly rich.
I'm scared. Where are you?
Hey, it's okay. We're here. Your brother sent us.
Huh? You here to take me back to my brother?
You found the little one, Elio. Oh, I'm so glad he's safe.
I just wanted to see the shapes before my brother was working on. I thought I could see him better for higher up, but I lost me way.
It sounds like you had quite the adventure. But you were very brave today, so I'll tell you a secret. Even grown-ups get lost. I have an awful time learning my way around somewhere new, even with a map.
Really? I guess I'm not the only one.
Smile. We like to see those. Now your brother's very worried about you. So you can promise me you won't go wandering off on your own again, eh?
I promise. I should say sorry to my brother, too.
Let's take him back, then. AC, I love that you asked so many questions. What I beseech you is that anytime you're going to ask a question, pause and ask yourself if you can refine the question into a more specific question first. Because if it's broad, if it's too broad, you can postulate anything, and therefore you can't answer anything. You're lifesavers, both of you. You deserve a proper reward, but I ain't got a much offer at the moment. Oh, we're in no need of coin. Just some information if you have it. Have you seen a Eorzean woman and a Lalafelian man around the docks in recent days? One is an alchemist and the other a goldsmith. They'd likely have a few mammoths with them as well. If not, have you heard any rumors of food or drink? Also, I'm right. Goldsmith and alchemist, you would assume that they would be coming out of Ul'dah. If not, have you heard any rumors of food or drink that causes ailments when you consume them? Blindness or numbness, perhaps? Right, I haven't seen or heard anything about anything like that. Sorry I couldn't be of more help to you. That's alright. Knowing that they haven't been around the docks is equally helpful. Well, that's good at least. I'll be praying that a navigator or both of you find your way home looking for it. Any road. The two is off to be heading home. Thanks again for everything. Good fortune and safe travel to you both. Bum, 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 ba-da-bum. Still no word on the Unbound, but at least we could help these brothers. Children often let their curiosity guide them, which means they'll naturally wander off on their own adventures. I don't blame the man for worrying as much as he did. You don't know an awful lot about caring for children. After a fashion. Yeah, I always enjoyed looking after the village children in my spare time. I try to be a good role model for them, though the other adults tell me I shouldn't dote on them over much. Not long that I think on it. I barely even told you about my family, or my village, or anything, really. I'd be happy to share a few stories if you like. The ocean view here is beautiful, so we may as well enjoy the scenery and relax a bit. Yeah, let me ask something different. Is it a good thing the Warrior Light is constrained by the healing organization rules?
We don't do harm generally, do offer healing those who... I mean, how much are we really constrained? Really, right?
My people hail from the northern valleys of Jacques Tarral. We're a close-knit community of hunters for the most part. Children are given spears, well, practice ones, before they even learn to walk. We hone our tracking skills from a very young age. Is it that surprising? It seems second nature to me, but then again, I've encountered my fair share of surprises here as well. Our village rests in a veritable sea of poisonous plants and animals. The slightest injury on a hunt can prove deadly. Thus, we believe it prudent to begin our training as early as possible.
I wonder geographically where these locations they're talking about are.
Yet no matter how skilled we might become, accidents are inevitable. The heart sting proves vital to our survival. Not only does it produce poisons, it cleanses it. In the right hands, it can dispel some of the deadliest natural toxins known to man. It even purifies the beasts we hunt. In fact, our diet consists of highly venomous creatures, ones that would normally kill a grown adult if ingested. The heart sting allows us to lead a quiet, peaceful life in lands where others dare not tread. It always has. I suppose that's why I never imagined someone like Elrat would take that away from us. When I left our village, food stores were well stocked, but I can't bear the thought of my younger brothers and sisters going hungry. I must return the heart sting as soon as I can. Their sakes. I wish to bring back the smiles and make them feel safe again, just as we did for that young boy. In any case, thank you for listening. Thinking of home puts me in a good spirits. As long as I remember who and what I'm here for, I'll be all right. I know it. But I've kept you long enough. I think it's time we made our way back to Limsa, don't you?
I should look up what she says in Japanese, because they say the northern valleys, but, like, do they mean the northern valleys of... what did she say? Film the northern valleys of Jacques Tarral. Well, if she's saying she's not saying northern valleys of Tarral, she's saying northern valleys of Jacques Tarral, right? So presumably, geographically, that needs to be somewhere in here. Which also, there's a lot going on in here, so... I mean, like, literally half of the entire northern continent is shrouded in fog. So the valleys could be here. But honestly, I don't know what to make that analogous to, because it's not really analogous to anything like Quebec. I feel some organization with healers, like they say the Ishgardian Church, would have healers with some strong conditions. Well, I mean, there's the Kyurgens of Gridania. There's the Conjurers of Gridania. There's Kyurgens just about everywhere. The Alchemists are part of healing, both in Razat Han and in Ul'dah, right? So I guess my thing is, like, I don't know how much the Warrior of Light is ever really, it's not like the Warrior of Light is told you can't go fight. There's not really a Hippocratic Oath, really, right? It's basically just don't abuse the elemental balance is the main thing around Conjury, and White Mage, really. That was a much-needed reprieve, but we'll need a plan for our next destination, and soon.
Well now, fancy meeting you here.
It's good to see you two again. What brings you to Limsa?
Oh, are we gonna end up being a whole party? That's cool. He's gonna be the tank, he's gonna be our caster, she's gonna be our melee DPS, I'm the healer. Oh, that's gonna be cool.
Nothing important, really. Just a bit of restocking before our next job. But we happened to spot you along the way. Didn't want to miss the opportunity to greet our heroes. Our client arrived at Swiss Perch in one piece. Thank you to your timely assistance.
Indeed. While I regret that you had to see us in such a pitiable state, we're both grateful for your aid.
When last we met, you spoke of pursuing those two charlatans, did you not? Yes, that's right. They stole a precious heirloom from our village, so I'm doing everything in my power to return it to its rightful place.
So that's the way of it. Bombastic as those two were, we've not seen hide nor hair of them in Aleport since. No word of any incidents like ours either. But I have a feeling they won't stay in the shadows for long. If we sniff out any suspicious incidents while we're out and about, we'll keep you informed.
I won't say no to some extra pair of eyes around the island. I've made my base of operations here in the city, so if you hear a peep about poisoning, you know where to find us.
I do like the theatrics in this one. So far, like, I like the actual plot of the tank one more, but I really like those guys. I like Everett and stuff, so. Well, we may not have found any leads on the Eleret, but I'm glad we had a chance to chat with Whistleum and Zirig. On our side, things are looking up. For now, I'll keep in touch with the newfound allies. Should I hear any news of our culprits, I'll be sure to let you know. I wish that extra XP got turned into something like, I don't know, Gil or, I don't know, anything. Elio, I'm glad to see you. I just received word from Whistleum and Zirig. Our culprits have finally been spotted. It seems the theme's headed for Upper Lenosia. I offered to make my way there as soon as I could, but Whistleum and Zirig said I should hang back for now. Once they gather enough information, they'll be heading back to Aleport. Let's go and see what news they have to share. How does Asuna neutralize poisons again? Good question. Let's pull up BU1. For sure Asuna was in here. Or maybe it's just that we looked it up in the past. Drawing upon ambient aether, holy benediction. But it phrases the spell to cure all wounds. I remember we looked up, we were able to find kind of an answer of how Asuna works. Benefit, Summoner, Scholar, Leeches, Fairy. Okay. Let's use T-Tools. I remember we were able to get a satisfactory answer. Chocobo Suna. That's Heart Sting. Lushkana, Nipine. Huh, okay. No, most of the references are only... I swear we found something that was interestingly... I don't know. We'll continue playing. If the Mammoth Alchemists were in Ul'dah, they'd be sussed out as charlatan a lot easier, probably since they're actual professionals around. I like that idea. Yeah, okay. I like that reasoning. Consider me a fan. The extra XP should turn into mastery so we can unlock mastery perks for... It's pulled off stage by the Final Fantasy 11 players and beaten into silence. Yeah, I guess... Here's the thing. What is gained and what is lost? And I want someone to argue for mastery points for me if you have any reasons. If you include mastery points, if they are tied to power, you then end up in a situation where you need them in order to be allowed to engage in high-end content. So they're not really interesting. It's just, there's nothing interesting about it, right? Because you effectively need it before you're allowed to engage in the highest end stuff. If they are perks to be chosen, then either you need to be able to access all of them, or the perks need to be balanced in such a way that any of them can be taken for high-end content. So it becomes false choice usually, because either one is most powerful, or you don't actually choose, or you have to end up choosing one of them for specific... Like, there's not interest there. It becomes false choice. I think the most interesting thing they could do is if there was like a mastery system, kind of like the spirit shards from Guild Wars 2, where every time you level up again after you've hit max, you get another, let's call it a crystal emblem. And those crystal emblems can be built up, and you can buy all sorts of glams and stuff or whatever with them. I think that's the best way to go about it, because I think that's a much better way for 14's endgame to work, and it's just there. I don't see any advantage with how 14 is built to tie any kind of mastery perks or points to power. Tying it to glamour or housing items, or that would be the good way to go, in my opinion. because that's already one of the major points of endgame anyways. So it's in line with reaching max level.
No sign of Whistleum and Zerg yet. I don't mean to assume the worst, but I admit I'm a bit worried. I knew I should have insisted on going. I don't want them injured on my behalf. I say we head out and find them.
Miss Loshkana, terribly sorry for the delay.
Whistleum, Zerg, thank goodness. How did you fare out there? You found Eleret and Kokonoa yet?
Oh, we found them all right, but it didn't take long for them to find us.
We set about Kokonoa's mammoths. His mechanical menagerie greatly outnumbered us and may very well have been our end.
Death by mammoths isn't an ideal way to go, mind you, so a retreat was our only option. Cowardly though it might sound. We needed to ensure we could keep you aware of the culprit's whereabouts. Before they spotted us, they were stuffing their little metal army into a skiff bound for Camp Bronze Lake, and mark my words, they're plotting something new.
Of course, it's entirely possible they seek a quiet route to eastern Lenosia and wish to bypass Bronze Lake instead, but a thorough search of the camp would be wise. Alas, the enemy you face is far beyond our capabilities, so as far as Whistleum and I will be able to go, this is as far as Whistleum and I will be able to go. I'm sorry we couldn't provide more decisive information. Honestly, I should be the one apologizing. You risked life and limb for me already, and I never meant to push you past your limits.
You needn't dwell on it. We're as eager as to bring these criminals to justice as ye.
Indeed, we shall at least take a pride in knowing we could point you in the right direction. But we should take our leave for now. Whistleum and I ran most of the way here, and I think I speak for both of us when I say we could use comfortable chair and a hearty meal. I do like, so far, all of the quests have had little and small ties into their places that there are in it. Like, having these adventurers kind of here going between these points, having you kind of like, oh yeah, Camp London, the relationship with this, you're talking with the Yellow Jackets, like you're engaging with all the, it's making the fabric of like Lenosia and Limsa Limits in particular feel more like integrated. None can gainsay your strength, my friend, but I beg you not to underestimate that of our foe. Go well. May your determination guide you to victory. I wouldn't mind open world being reconstructed to look more like Guild Wars 2 and its mastery system. Well, it wouldn't be the open world, just the XP system. But I suppose... Oh, I see. Sorry, you're saying the mastery system. So, we'll talk about that in a second. Camp Bronze Lake. The ferry skipper spoke of the place my first time here. We should hurry and seek passage before Eleret and Kokonoa elude us again. Here's the thing. 14 can't be built from the ground up to be changed. Mainly because it just doesn't make sense at that point build a new MMO. Exploration zones are the closest you get. And like, look, I love Guild Wars 2. I love the mastery system in Guild Wars 2. But it makes sense there. Because of how much of world exploration is a fundamental part of the game. As someone who has explored the entire map of Guild Wars 2 like 3 times. And I mean like all, like waypoints, puzzles, everything. What a lovely camp. Now if I were a half-crazed alchemist with a heart sting and a new scheme up my sleeve, where would I hide?
Oh, Lord.
Is it just me, or are there pigs flying in the sky? It hurts to laugh. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. To the upper levels, Elio, quickly. I mean, you can't really do that to explain the abilities they see, because then you still need to do it for every job. And the answer already exists in lore, it's just it's coming from within the job stone. Poison in the springs, you truly are the lowest of low. You flatter me. 'Twas just a little poison, really. As a treat, I'm afraid I couldn't concentrate all the water here, but we're having oh so much fun with our shiny new hallucinatory toxin. Step away from the springs, Elio. Protecting the healer, are we? Oh, sickeningly sweet of you. But you ought to watch your step as well, my dear fairy apple, lest you find yourself seeing stars, or,
Elrit? Is that a miss? Coconoa, you look absolutely hideous. Or should I say adorable? Why, you're as bunny as a porcelain doll. And anyways, that's actually what Lalfell looked like to me in real life anyways. It's a good thing Infinite's not here. The hells are you on about? Oh, very interesting. Yes, very interesting indeed. I believe I may have poisoned myself. Now there's a predicament. And guess what? Do you recall those antidotes I prepared at the base? Because I forgot to bring them. You are your own worst enemy. Do you know that? I suggested we were cheap before you decided to dive headfirst into the springs for fun. Unbound scum! You think we'll allow you to walk free after all the chaos he caused? Well, yes, actually. Have you seen Elret? She's in no state to contend with you, and I've never been one for rough and tumble. Of course, you're welcome to give chase and provide you have no qualms about leaving those poor souls to laugh themselves senseless. I'm pretty sure Elret's costume is in game. Maybe I'm out wrong. Retreat though we must, I would call today a rousing success. But worry not, my dearest bushel of busybodies. We've plenty more tricks in store for you and the entire island. Bombs away. Here, give me a second. I can figure out what Elrod's outfit is. I'll just use Garland tools. Cauldron Soft's mantle. I don't see any toxins in the water anymore, so the spring should be safe again. Cauldron Soft mantle is... It's alchemy. It's crafter's gear. So you can get it for 225 purple crafting scripts from anywhere you can buy crafting gear. But it's, I believe, Endwalker crafting gear? Yeah, Endwalker crafting gear. No. Level 80. So I think Shadowbringer's crafting gear? No, it is Endwalker. 570. Okay, yeah. What will happen to the toxins from here? Seeing Elrit suffered from a taste of her own medicine, I doubt she's mastered much of the Heartsting's power. As such, any poisons she produces from it would be relatively weak. Most of her handiwork is already evaporated with the steam. One might compare it to the way those awful unbound smoke bombs dissipate. Thank goodness they do. In more capable hands, however, the Heartsting's poison remains active unless dispelled with a Suna or another form of the antidote. The same permanence applies to its cleansing abilities for our food. Now, there's much on my mind, but I think we've bigger problems to address first. Let's make our rounds of the camp and then talk about our next steps. I'm going to have a look around the springs to ensure the toxins are gone for good. Could I ask you to treat any victims you come across? Remember leveling up early jobs? I didn't realize how low level gear making fights so hard until about Red Mage a few months later. Are you saying that you were using gear that was too low? Krista, good to glad to have you. The bombs are the why I think that Mashu has real talent as an alchemist if she didn't focus on medicinal bombs. Krista, that's... Oh, okay, wow, Tam, you literally already got it. You can't actually make it proper. But it's got... Oh, I see, she has combat boots, but... Yeah, because she has the, right. I'm torn. On the one hand, I kind of love the way that they do that, where they create characters that have crafters and combat, so it's like technically they seem like unique, but also everything hurts. Someone please end this nightmare. Much appreciated, sir. I wasn't anywhere near the waters when it was poisoned, but the toxic steam must have drifted this way. When I heard the rumblings about the mysterious mammoths roaming around the camp recently, I was more than a little... I was more than a little apprehensive, but I never expected those mammoths masters would be doing something so cruel. Your efforts are helping us put the turmoil behind us, and for that, give me thanks. But I can't simply let you administer this aid alone. I shall tend to the remaining victims as well.
How does one get the Pice amount? Mona, I don't know if you're still watching. It's a cash shop out, sorry.
Please make it stop. I can't breathe.
Lalafel's got cornrows.
Oh, thank the gods. Wasn't expecting to nearly laugh myself to death at a place meant for healing, but at least I can breathe again. I hear you chasing after the ones who did this. You're either very brave or very reckless, but I'm inclined to assume the former. Any road, all that laughing has exhausted me, so I may as well take a break for my soak. Thank you again for your kindness. May the navigator keep you.
What comical costumes you all wear! What humorous dances you dance! It's all too much. My costume compatriots, they're gone. Farewell, my visions. May you revel in my memory. They say laughter is the best medicine, though. I feel far worse than before. Many thanks for putting an end to it. I think I've earned myself another soak and an extra flagon of mulled wine. Pleasant travels to you, healer.
I mean, strong but supple, yeah. I mean, it's just, I would combine the fact that we do a lot of, like, hard work, but also we're skillful and dexterous. Feels like just yesterday we were in Bronze Lake kneading oil into Godbird's gentlemanly flesh. Honestly, that feels like a long time ago. Was that in Hildebrand, or was that in MSQ, or was that in Scholar? When was that? How goes the healing, Elio? Well, everyone should be taken care of. Wonderful. I'm glad it soon proved effective. For my part, I've given the springs a thorough look. The toxins have dissipated completely, so the bathers should be safe from here on out. As for Elorette and Kokonoa's antics, I've had a moment to reflect on everything. Now that our work is done, you have a moment to chat? Only 3 or 4 years ago.
I'm well versed in the numbing and blinding poisons we use on our hunts at home. But something kept troubling me about Elorette's toxins. I'd never seen anything like it. I had no idea it even existed among the Scorpion's gifts. Elorette may be inexperienced, but the fact that she learned to inflict hallucinations is cause for concern. Still, we should try to look on the bright side. She's yet to discover the hard sting's cleansing properties. Judging by the way she couldn't cure her own ailments, knowing her as we do, I reckon she only has toxic trickery on her mind. Kokonoa, however, handled himself surprisingly well despite his exposure. Do you recall the man in Limsa Laminsa who ate the poisoned apple? He claimed that Kokonoa took a bite yet never suffered its ill effects. He must have some manner of immunity. But how? Is he actually a mammoth himself? Please tell me he's actually a mammoth himself. Please tell me he's actually a mammoth himself. Oh no, it's gonna be because Dunes folk, right? The fucking the tea, right? Yeah. Oh hey, yeah. Well, it is traditional for Dunes folks' parents to give their children poisons to build up immunity. That was one of my first videos. How intriguing. So instead of using an heirloom like the heart sting, the Dunes folk train their bodies to endure fatal toxins. I'd be interested to try that tea, as long as I had an antidote in hand. It's literally scorpion poison. I didn't realize Kokonoa might have had a sort of upbringing, but it'd be certain
it would certainly explain why Elret's tricks don't seem to affect him. Few in my village would ever think that consuming potentially lethal food or drink would draw on the Heartsting's power, yet the Doom folk do it gladly. The more I consider our different approaches to poison, the more fascinating it becomes. But I have a feeling the bathers won't want to overhear talk of poisons after what they've just been through. Why don't we continue our discussion in Limsa?
It's just a side quest?
Really?
Man, crazy. It's not a blue side quest or anything? I want you all to yell at me whenever I sign off for stream, just humidifier. Literally, you can just type the words humidifier in chat. Rolequest having you dealing with Joker gas is unexpected but fun. Relish, good to see, glad to have you. Agreed. Honestly, I'm really liking this one so far. I also got to just like how I like the bit of campiness with Elret, but also again, it's like I feel like it's so far all three have been at most an 8 in terms of like the like humor. Like none of them are going to 10 so far, and none of them are going to 11. So it's like. I actually feel like I at least experienced the humor, for me personally, very different to a Hildebrand. Even though I understand why the type of humor is still of that ilk, you know? Whew. I know I've been anxious to ascertain our thieves' whereabouts, but things escalated far quicker than I thought. Your presence throughout the whole ordeal was a welcome one, Elio. What was not so welcome was Elret's parting words. Whatever she was planned for the whole island can't possibly be good. Her acts of mischief have only grown worse since I arrived in the city. We must take the Heartsting back before she causes any lasting harm. Of course, it was Wissalim and Zerig's efforts that led us to Elret, so I have to come thank them when I get the chance. In the meantime, I'll do what I can to track down our unruly thieves and report to you as soon as I'm able. $98. Elio, I'm glad you're here. I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough in our search. Or I'd like to think so. This won't come as a surprise, but Elret and Kokonoa went back to the hide after the Bronze Lake incident. With all their grandstanding, I wasn't expecting them to lay low for so long. But I doubt they'll keep it that way. Fortunately, we have a prior experience to guide us. Until now, our culprits have traveled all over Vilbrand, and they don't appear to be retracing their steps. I hear Costa del Sol tracks many visitors, so that seems to be a likely target. They say it's owned by an entrepreneur named Gege Ruju, and perhaps we can ask if he's spied anything out of the ordinary. I wonder... Okay, so we have... After this one, I have Caster and Fizz ranged. And I don't know where those are, but we haven't been to Hydaelyn or the Shroud yet. But there's also Ixtok Samunj in the Shroud, so I wonder if Viper already counts for that. What locations do Caster and Fizz range go to? Because what I'm curious if, like, is Thavnair and Ilsabar gonna see no play? Like, obviously the Sea of Stars, Ultima Thule, Mare, and Elpis are not going to be part of it. But I could imagine, but like Ilsabard or Thavnair could make sense. But I have a suspicion it might only be Hydaelyn, Shroud, Ishgard, Lenosia, and Othard. How good is the Warrior of Light's pain poison tolerance? I would say pretty high. I would say remarkably high. Yeah. The Tone Striker are interesting compared to the first set of Rolequests. I hope they keep playing with the tone in future sets. Me too. They definitely, it's a departure, and so I think I can understand why some people are a little put off because the first two sets are so serious. I kind of appreciate this tone. We need some levity, and we also need to not have every beat of energy be the same. So, Girabanya and Thavnair are the next two. AC. Okay, that makes sense. Girabanya getting used yet again as kind of the stand-in for Ul'dah. That's interesting. That's interesting that keeps happening. I wonder why. I wonder if it's just based off of just like the stories they want to tell more than anything. What a picturesque scenery. I hadn't expected Costa del Sol to be so grand. From what I gather, Gege Ruju should be just up ahead. I don't suppose you've already acquainted with him. For better or worse, yes, we're acquainted. That's not very encouraging, but as long as you're on good enough terms, I'm sure we'll be fine. In any case, let's be on our way. I have to say, I'm definitely pro on it. And usually I like the more serious stuff. I'm not, like, don't give me comedy all the time, but, like, we've had a lot of seriousness. I think having a little bit of levity. I wouldn't say there's an abundance of levity in Dawntrail. There is levity. There's quite a bit, but it's not like an overabundance. So giving a little bit of this flavor, I think, is good. And it's a little bit more... After the storm that is 2.0 through 6.0, it's not that this is it's all light all the time, but it is a little bit of like, after the war, after all the conflict, how do you forge better futures, right? Which is like the micro themes and macro themes, but it's also then like, if the war is 2.0 through 6.0, what is going into the future, building a better world? And this plays into all those themes. But the irony, right, going on so far right now is that all the people you're helping, the whole point of the Unbound is to cause discord and break up all the different peoples and powers of the world. But instead, she's kind of inadvertently uniting them because of helping them and deciding to open their borders.
Well, if it isn't our favorite intrepid adventure, what business brings you to my abode?
Well, about that.
Why, yes, I did spy the lovely specimen of a Hyr. Alas, I was so entrenched by her feminine wiles that I cannot recall any such entourage of a Lalfelian man or mammoths. Would that I never drank the wine she so gracefully gifted me. A single sip and I saw, oh, so many stars. I thought them wonderful in those first blissful moments. I partook of the drink amongst my retinue of kittens, yet as the rush of stars subsided, I found myself surrounded by a flock of unfamiliar faces instead. At first, I presumed the wine caught up to me faster than I had anticipated, but time passed, and the unknown faces stubbornly remained. I dashed across the shore in terror. In the midst of the mayhem, I could hear her, the wine-wielding beauty, maniacally laughing in the distance with some other chap. I feared these cackles would be the last thing I ever heard.
I want to recreate that picture and just put a casting couch behind them.
Which is precisely why I found it appropriate to slap some sense back into him.
Oh, it's Witterscat. Whiscat.
Judging by the way Master Gege Ruju was darting around at the time, I suspect he had been in his cups. Drank the whole bloody bottle, too. If you wish to investigate the wine itself, I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Can you blame me? Questionability of her wine aside, that woman was immaculate! A sight for sore eyes. Any gentleman of taste would have fallen for her tricks.
Sure. Though we may lack the drink in question, we received reports of mammoths roaming Raincatcher's Gully not long after the incident. If you intend to investigate the further, you'd certainly be doing us a favor.
That's the plan.
Any news of wayward mammoths? Any news of wayward mammoths is promising for us. We'll give the guilty a look and relay to you whatever we find.
Godspeed out there.
Then our next destination is clear, but before we depart, Elio, might I have a word?
Levity in Dawntrail feels like a mask for what the expansion was about. I don't know that I would go as far as saying it's a mask. I think I would express... Because I would say even the serious topics are actually integrated very similarly into very similar themes to what the levity like quests and stories are about. What I would instead frame it as is that Dawntrail expresses similar ideas instead of just little beacons of light in the darkness, expresses the same ideas with its moments of dark as it does with its moments of light, in a way that the past two expansions in particular have been much more lights in the darkness. they have been a night and the setting of the moon, and Dawntrail is the rising of the sun. Now I'm getting so poetic that it isn't helpful. I don't think I would use mask, because mask to me would be like, oh, they're using the comedy to mask over what they actually want to do, and I don't actually think that's true. Like, it is an example. These stories, right? When the humor comes in, the humor isn't specifically undercutting what's being done. And in fact, I would say it's actually meant to accentuate rather than to undercut or to, you know, have you look over here, right? As an example, what's a good example? Elret's archness, her like campiness doesn't really undermine the point of her. And if anything, it accentuates it. I think the closest I would come to something that's just funny for funny's sake is the Namazu. But also the Namazu even is a funny thing, but it's also still tied to the point about the accuracy of the arrow, right? So I would definitely go with accentuation rather than masking. Personally. I know I'm thinking way too much about this. But it's me. No one's surprised. Welcome back, Denny. Based on Gege Ruju's account, it's safe to say that Elret's discovered a new poison. While similar to the hallucinatory toxin she used at Bronze Lake, it strikes terror into the hearts of its victims instead. I have a bad feeling about this. She's gaining proficiency with the heart sting at an alarming rate, so we must tread carefully when next we cross paths with her. As for the mammoths, Kokonoa doesn't seem to be the type to send them wandering around aimlessly. That's why I think they're bound to have some clues on them. If we can track those mammoths down and rain Chickenshaw's Gully, we may be able to discern what those two are planning. Also, here's my plan. We're gonna be doing, we're gonna finish this up tonight. I'll stream doing Fizz Ranged and Caster tomorrow, and then I think I'll probably on Friday, right before book club, do the final one. I think that's gonna be our plan. Because I think even if I was making better time, I'm still not confident about going through 3. I gotta be Ray Ray's comment stuntman for Copy Fox. Hey, congratulations, Denny. So you guys finished up? You got all the filming done? Good. Past the far edge of comedy rings laughter, dark and light. Yeah, roiling, the coming of the humor. Past the far edge of fame ring blades, dark and light, tolling, coming of the end. Oh right, I'm not on Paladin. What's the fucking line? Why am I forgetting all of a sudden? I love footballs. Why can't I remember? Fabric of the star had begun. What's the line before? The fabric of the star has become to say its plans rent by tooth and claw. What's the lines before that? The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its lands rent by tooth and claw. There's that, but what's the lines actually right before it? Just got done with the raid, and the video is going to be uploaded on your channel. Sweet. Yeah, that'll be up on 14 Archived. So we have 2 channels. We have Eorzean Archived, and then we have FFX AV Archived, where Ray goes through and is trying to film everything in the game in a way that's really like pleasant for people to watch and experience. Thank you, Tam. The final date. The final. No, I need. The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its lands rent by tooth and claw. Yeah. I think we cleared out the mammoths. How fared your hunts? So is it on the Discord? Yeah, so Holly, the archived will always be, when archived or when Eorzean Archive, the main channel, or FXIV Archive posts a video, it will always be announced on the channel. You can also find a link if you type in FFXIV Archive. If you go to our YouTube, there should be a link to it. I think Ray or V, if either of you are in the chat, you could also post a link. So they've been keeping a record of the island's rivers. Oddly enough, the mammoths I came across were patrolling the river as well.
Now they've tested their poisons on Bronze Lake Springs. Do they mean to take on the rivers next? Oh boy. Elliot, watch out! Goddamn Emmets. What's this poison gonna be? My, the dart was laced with a potent numbing toxin, but nothing bruises our favorite fairy apple, it seems. You never cease to amaze me and annoy me in equal measure. She'd like to have the same manner of immunity as I. Her village was positively brimming with poisonous flora and fauna, after all. I have a request for you, my dears. Would you please give up on your little trinket? Pretty please? I wish only to revel in the fruits of my devilry, yet you continue to spoil my every attempt, and trust me, I despise our conflict as much as you do. Indeed, do you think we enjoy watching our finest mammoths suffer at your hands? Enough. If you truly wanted to end this, you'd hand over the heart sting. The scorpion's gift weren't meant for a petulant, childish criminal like you. Fine then, no more Miss Nice Ellerette, but answer me this. Who have my antics killed? Huh? Who? No one, I remind you. So why must you refuse me? Why must the world refuse me? Our blighted society has never looked fondly upon my love of mischief. For years I despaired until my unbound family and its leader granted me the greatest gifts of all, love and understanding. So as long as I remain unbound, I care not what the wretched masses think. I shall play my tricks as the heart desires, and all who stand in defiance will know my wrath. That includes you, my dears. My next game will finally plunge this island into the chaos I so desperately crave, and I will stop at nothing to see it realized. Toodles.
She kind of is female Joker energy, yeah. Fun fact, in German, the words for poison and venom is Gift. Good to know.
Sorry to worry you, Elio. I'm feeling much better now. I'm ashamed I didn't sense the mammoth's presence quick enough, but glad he came out of the ambush unscathed. That aside, I wish they didn't use such putrid smoke to make their exits. I don't know if my nose or my stomach can take many more of those awful bombs. With Elret and Coconoa gone, I doubt we'll be able to find much, so here, let's return to Costa del Sol and inform them at the least. How'd the crafting sets get a replica version like the Chinese release of the game? Are you saying that their crafting sets have a replica version in the Chinese that can be worn? Like by combat jobs, Mono? I'm assuming that the Chinese version of the game sells those as microtransactions, because that's usually what they do with a lot of them. She sounds like spoiled brat. Yes, she does. Dune's Folk Poison Immunity actually came up here. Yeah. We were enjoying that earlier. Maybe I should say that I think the Levity and Dawntrail is a mask in how it slips off at a certain point, and is still an important part as it has connections to the themes of nostalgia. Themes. You're gonna have to explain that one to me, Relish. Themes of nostalgia. Because, like, for the most part, no one's harkening back onto the past. It's more that they're refusing to let go of the past, right? Like, the Yokui aren't... Well, the Churwagger a little bit, but, like, aren't trying to reclaim their empire. People aren't really harkening on to the days before Tuliolal. And in Alexandria, people are refusing to let go of the past. But it's not so much that they want to return to Alexandria how it used to be, right? So I definitely am curious what you have to say, your thoughts on that, but... Yeah, thank you, Danny. Living memory is nostalgia writ large. Is it? Because I would argue that living memory is not nostalgia. It's not a desire for a time lost.
It's an inability to let things move on. It's an inability to let go rather than... Because I'm just we're gonna go off of the definition real quick. A sentimental longing or wistful affection for the past, typically a period of or place with happy and personal associations. Like in my mind, it's not the living memory is not a, because to them they're never gone. Like the endless aren't a attempt to recreate people lost. They are just in their mind the people lost, right? That's the point. No. But I disagree. So Relish, I agree somewhat there. I disagree there though, because I think there's the poison part of the. Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. I agree with you that the toxicity of nostalgia is an inability to let go of the past and move forward. However, I think that's separate to the fact that the fact that the outcome is the same doesn't mean that the fundamental problem is the same. It is not that the people of that Everkeep are trying to re-harken onto Alexandria of the past. It's not that like Zeralja, for instance, wants to lead Tuliolal to how it used to be or something, right? Everkeep is it, yeah. Everkeep, living memory is we won't let the past die, not we want to return to it, and we want... Maybe I feel like I'm going to be being seen as a pedant here, but I do feel like I see a distinction in that. I don't know. Yeah, living memory heavily reminds me of that final area in Klonoa too. I haven't played that, so I can't speak to it. But I mean, here's the thing I can agree with you on for sure, Relish, right? Is that the poison, the destructive result is the same. That the inability to let go of the past, whether from nostalgia or from whichever context, results in the same issue, right? Yeah, thank you everyone who helped Ray. Got excellent footage for the video. Thanks to everyone who took part. Yeah, thank you so much. Shall we report to Gege Ruju? But Relish, I don't know if you happen to go to the book club. It's definitely a topic I'd love to talk about in deep. See if we can't figure out. I'd love to better understand the standpoint you guys are coming from on that one. Back already? How fortuitous, or ominous, or both, even.
I take it you found the wayward mammoths.
We did, and a lot more at that.
Surveying Vilbrun's waterways, are they?
After recent poisoning at Camp Rumslake, we have reason to believe the culprits are planning to make Vilbrun's rivers their next target.
So the culprits are one and the same then, and my suspicion since I caught wind of the incident at the Warm Wine Springs. Regardless, this bodes ill. May not know which of these rivals they'll strike until it's too late.
Well, I shall not stand for any more preposterous poisonings. 'Twould be prudent to inform the Maelstrom of these potential horrors. The one who poisoned you. Her name's Elret. Ray, if you're around, can you do me a favor? Can you post the Discord link, by the way? Friendly reminder that we have a Discord where we talk about lore. We also have events every day, almost every day. Friday, we have lore book clubs. Today, we're going to have mount farming. Thursdays are maps. Saturdays are mount farming for current mounts. You know, we have a Monday maps for EU. We have all sorts of stuff. The one who provisioned you, her name is Elret. She stole something precious from our village, and I must recover it, no matter the cost. If you learn anything about her whereabouts or her plans in the coming days, anything at all, I'd like to hear of it as well.
Hell's bent on finding her, eh? A brave one you are.
Oh ho ho! I couldn't possibly deprive a lovely lady of information she requires. Worry not, for my servants shall sally forth in your general direction the moment they hear of Elret's newest misdeeds. Thank you. That very much appreciated. It's going to be an uphill battle, but we can't afford to let Elret and Kokonoa elude us any further. Come, Elio. It's back to Limsa Lamisa with us. Also, if you want to, Relish, if you want to talk about the nostalgia and living memory stuff in text chat, you can @ me over in the Dawntrail spoilers. If you just do @Elio and then write whatever you want, I'll definitely respond to that there too. In general, if you're ever talking lore discussion stuff or spoiler stuff in the appropriate channels, you can always @ me if you specifically are wanting to talk about it. I try to check them every day, but I also sometimes, get busy. So the getting notifications helps. Also, if you just have any random questions about the lore in the game. I mean, Archer, just the other night, had a question about, like, okay, if I wanted to, like, have a void scent, but it was, like, in a book, and I was feeding it souls, like, how would I make that work in lore? And I'm like, well, I mean, page 64 void scent, or, like, certain void scent of certain rungs can exist in objects, like the page 64. You could create, like, a mini aura site that exists on the cover of the book that could store soul energy. I mean, you couldn't contain souls in it safely like you could without negative repercussions, as we see in something like Shadowbringers, right? But I mean, you could, but you need much more advanced magics, like the aura site soul containers that they have in that they use in Shadowbringers. Thank you, as always, for your support, Elio. Gege Ruju was interesting, to say the least, but glad we obtained the information we needed. I don't know why I allowed Elret to say her piece. Should have swallowed my pain and taken out my spear. We could have apprehended her right then and there, and yet... Don't worry about it. It wouldn't have been safe. There's no more room for mistakes. The longer Elret lurks in the shadows, the greater the threat becomes. Countless lives are at risk. The next time we find her, we end her tricks once and for all. For now, I'll remain here and await news from Costa del Sol. I kind of wish there were more... On the one hand, I like how, like, kind of breezy these are for the most bit. On the other hand, like, I do think having more duty supports would have been... Not duty supports, solo duties would have been helpful. Or nice. Hello there, Elio. I've been on the lookout for anyone from Costa del Sol, but nothing yet. Perhaps we should travel over there ourselves, just in case. Master Elio, Mistress Ushkana. Forgive me, you said an entrance, but I bring the message from Master Gegeruju. Your quarry has been sighted in eastern Lenosia. Oh well, I'm glad that I didn't leave early. Thank you for bringing word. Where in eastern Lenosia were they last seen? Master Whiskat but recently received a report from Mistress Brayflox, a trusted associate of his. We're told a number of inbreakers with fighty tools and tinkerdolls infiltrated her long stop. We have little doubt that the inbreakers and tinkerdolls she speaks of are Elrond and her troop. I see. At best we find this Brayflox and soon. Gobbles! Gobbles! Indeed. You'd like to find her by the entrance to her long stop in Raincatcher Gully. My master and her associates wish you good hunting. I think they were reading too much into that Void Scent book. I'm not sure what you mean exactly, AC. We should get first-hand account from Brayflox as well. Perhaps she'll have more to tell. Let's be off, Elio. I'm not sure if that was just a vehicle for the pun there, AC. Please tell me you were actually fighting them in the long stop. Let's fucking go. Because they're in a book. What do you mean? But what do you mean they're in a book? No, I do think the page 64 was my idea, and I don't think that's reading too much into it. I do think that, like, the fact that in lore they're described as swimming in the page underneath the pages effectively of the book. And again, I don't know if you're making a pun or not. You have to. Remember, guys, if you just say something, I'm going to engage with it at face value unless you make it clear, unless it's very clear that it's a joke. And sometimes even if it's a joke. Uplander Gobby friend returns to Longstop. So this is Brayflox. I'm told her she reminded me of a moblin, but I got a bit of a scolding for that. Not moblies, she said. Gobbies! I love Brayflox so much. Yes, gobbies! And gobby require hand lending to backstrike at inbreakers. Inbreakers bring big flock of tinkerdolls to search for a water gush. Water gush? Does Elret mean to poison the island's water source? This must be why they were researching the rivers. If the toxins are strong enough, anyone or anything that draws near the water would grow terribly ill. All Vilbrun would fall into disarray. Poison makes no good for gobby flock. No good for Vilbrun. Narrow hearts in need of many punishings. This is good. This goes far beyond trickery. We must end Elret's ambition here and now. I doubt she'll come quietly, and she has the heart sting at her disposal. With your aid, Elio, I know we can take it back.
As soon as you're ready, we'll storm the long stop.
Chase Narrowheart, Inbreakers, and Backtech Longstop.
Well, this is it. Ready to storm the long stop, Elio? Oh, she had an outfit change. There they are. Ooh, I knew bringing those bits and bobs for battle was a good idea. If you're after some manner of surrender with heartfelt embraces and handing over magic heirlooms, you've come to the wrong long stop, my dear. You monster. You plan to poison every waterway in Vilbrin, don't you? But of course, the trick is to let the poison stew for a few bells. With a helpy of those tantalizing toxins and a dollop of advanced alchemical processes, poof! This eyesore of an island will get the taste of my finest work yet. My last masterpiece never dissipates nor evaporates, and no amount of inherent immunity can save you from its influences. It may be safe to touch, but one tiny sip will have you begging for mercy. Welcome back, Voltaire. There's no jest, by the way. I won't begin to describe what manner of havoc this experimental dose has wreaked on me, but I will look forward to seeing how it affects the general populace. Oh yes, the residents of Lipsalaminsa and its adorable little hamlets rely on this water, so very many people blissfully unaware of what's to come. And every single one of those wretches will be at the mercy of our malice! Every single one! If she unleashes those toxins into the waterway, this is going to end up far worse than Bronze Lake. The only wretches I see are you two. This ends now, Elret. Your precious scorpions once hunted prey with those poisons, yes? Perhaps I should learn from its example and revel in the thrill of the chase. I really like the idea of the totems. I suspect that my cues to back away. I'd rather watch the chaos unfold from a safe distance. Ciao. These venomous gifts keep on giving. My very aether is infused with their essence. So now, my dears. Unbound, Elret, Venomheart. It's time I hunt you for a change. If they don't have the two other dudes show up for a full party, I'm gonna be annoyed. It's like you had such a perfect thing to go. You had... I'll lead the charge, Elio. You focus on healing. My dear feet's sweet fairy apple, I'm afraid you soured on me. Prepare to perish. Pesky pest problems call for alchemical solutions. Gods, that's bitter. A little poison never killed any, oh, wait, I lied. Oh, well. Ugh, we'll need to cleanse quick. For my next trick, I'll give you a venomous gift. To hurt what heals. Can I target? Why am I not? There we go. Time to break out the Elret special. Those tonics are bound to take their toll if she's not careful. Oh, I know. Why don't we set your head spinning?
The hunt's only just begun, my dears. I've plenty more where that came from. My head. I grow weary of your tenacity. Mammoths, to your positions.
I don't feel so good.
Nothing we can do. Let's turn them to scrap metal. So very woozy.
Ah! Oh, for the love of... Pull yourself together, Elret.
I'll be fine. I just need a few more drafts. Catch me if you can.
I didn't realize I was supposed to be looking at the middle one. Luckily, my brain's managed to remember anyways.
Desperate times, as they say. Summon all the mammoths.
I'm sorry, sorry.
Summon the defective mammoths.
The defective what now?
No, not me. Faulty little shits. What in the hells are you doing? Initiating self-destruct protocol, that's what?
Oh, Lord. Why is it somehow always Titan?
Ah! Oh no. I'll handle the rest, Kokonoa. Be a good little goldsmith and sit this out.
Oh boy.
Ah, poison here, poison there, poison everywhere. Leave this to me, Elio. Just keep an eye on Elret.
Oh boy. Oh god dang it. See, this is why I should have gotten this is what happens when you have your gears out of. I can win it without changing it. I'm annoyed. Yeah, we all know what the story is. See, the problem is I don't know if I was on stage, I'd be fine. But, like, I don't actually know all the White Mage skills because I leveled White Mage from 90 to 100 almost exclusively by doing PvP and some doing trusts, but doing the walking method. So I wasn't doing a lot of fighting. Yeah, this is actually a great... I like this fight. This is a great fight. That was not a problem with the fight. That was a problem with me not knowing my job very well. Do you want to... No, I don't need tips. I understand what I'm supposed to do. The problem's not... That's not the problem. The problem is not knowing my bar. If you... There's nothing you're going to tell me that is not information that's somewhere in the back of my head, but I don't know all the images, particularly go from 90 from 90 to 100. It's not like help. The problem's is literally not it. It's just I don't play this job. The last time I played this job in any meaningful way was 2 years ago. I mean, level 100 isn't that much difference. There have been changes. My point is not that there's no difference. My point is, I think you're misunderstanding my point about 6.4. Like, I never have played White Mage as my main, so I don't have that baseline. The only time I played it in EX was over 2.5 years ago, and there has been a lot that has happened since then. And it is different enough. Also, Danny, you're also mistaking the fact that I don't know the symbols. So a lot of the symbols have changed, even if it's barely a different effect. Like, even just right there, the problem was I knew exactly what to do. I just wasn't able to heal enough because I didn't know. I didn't know I had Bell over here, right? Like, if I could have just thrown down Bell on top of the multi-strike tank buster and would have been fine. Somewhere that I'm actually going to use it more. Unless I've done it for another MSQ stream, I don't think I've ever done very easy. And the only times I've ever done it was like if we had a failure like this and for time. This is crazy how much easier it is. I barely am having to even heal at all.
Desperate times, as they say. I'll summon the defective mammoths. Does he ever run out of mammoths? I'm sorry, the what? No, you don't. Not me!
Wait, am I gonna kill her before? I'm going much faster. Oh man, I'm not even gonna get to see that mechanic, the poison mechanic again? Oh, that's a bummer. I didn't think that easy would make it go fast like this.
I'll handle the rest, Kokonoa. Be a good little goldsmith and set this one out.
Taste the fury of the mountains!
You are rotten to the core. Why do you persist?
Irony coming from you.
God damn it all. No, no, my tonics! They betrayed me. I can't move.
Rare sight enemies eat their own AoEs and actually feel effects. I kind of love it. Yeah, I love it, Daddy. Funny enough, I don't understand. Shield healing is just healing, but you need to be preparatory rather than reactionary. If you're a healer, a pure healer, you are healing damage done. Shield healer is just preventing damage done.
Enough, Elorette. We must escape while we still can. A smoke bomb, quickly. Fine. Have it your way. Wait, that's a goblin made.
Double worms.
Double booms!
Literally Gobby Booms to the rescue.
No, no! You'll rue the day you made the enemies of the Unbound!
Team Rocket blasting off again. Gobby Booms save the day.
She's left quite the mess behind her. Nothing the heart sting can't detoxify, though. Let's hurry and clear away the poison.
Oh, hell, brave flies. Yeah.
There you are, Elio. We came running once we heard the explosion, but I am pleased to see you're none the worse for wear.
Elorette and Kokonoa picked up the wrong explosive. We should consider ourselves fortunate that goblin bombs resemble unbound smoke bombs.
Double Booms and friendly faces win the day, and bricks go flying skyward.
We made our rounds at the long stop as well. The enemy mammoths patrolling the place have all gone lifeless. Your treasure is safe, I trust.
Yeah, thanks to Elio's support.
All hail Brave Flocks.
Very good. Should those troublemakers survive the impending fall, they won't pose the same threat without it. If they do happen to show their sorry faces around here again, I've notified the Yellow Jackets to be on the lookout for them. They send their regards and their deepest gratitude, of course.
I think the one problem I have so far, and this is funny because I think Des, I don't know if you're still around, you kind of mentioned this with other stuff. They don't basically, this is kind of giving people what they want of like, hey, here's some villains that don't actually are just bad. Like, they don't really have good motives. They're just bad. Unless they're going to explain it in the final world quest. The thing is, none of these people really have explained. I mean, basically, I fell asleep and got punished for it, so fuck everybody else, and I'm going to make them suffer. I like poisoning. I like watching other people suffer because no one actually dies, but it's funny to me, and I enjoy and it's delightful. Kind of like people who like enjoy watching prank videos that aren't prank videos that are just making other people miserable. Or, you know, like Samidare, like, yeah, is the major issue for me. I think what's funny to me, Des, is like literally people keep saying, right? Like, oh, we want villains, some villains that aren't sympathetic or have reasons or whatever. And it's like, here you go, you know? Sometimes it's like, oh, they're just assholes. The answer is, they're just assholes. But thanks, Droplander. Many good thanks. The Heartsting is safe again. Thank you for everything, Elio. And thank you too, Brayflox. We might not have found Eleret and Kokonoa without you.
Brayflox happy gives hand lending. Important for all good Gabbies to offer hand lending to fellow Gabby friends.
It's an honor to be counted among your Gabby friends. Now, as eager as I am to get the Heartsting safely back to Tyrol, I'd like to say my goodbyes to everyone here first, if that's alright. Whistlam and Zirig deserve to know how everything transpired in the end. For one thing, shall we make our way to Aleport? I'm sad. The fact that that final fight wasn't you all four fighting together is, I think, a bit deeply missed opportunity. And humor aspects that I can go to more depth in book club. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about this. I will say, so far, I think all the humor... I've been pro on all the humor that has come out so far. I would rank it as never going above an 8 in terms of being too much, and there's some, I think it's accentuating rather than distracting so far. I don't know about Fizz Range or Caster. We'll see those. But I liked the humor in this one. Definitely. I liked the humor in this one. The humor in Fizz Melee was, I thought, pretty good because it was pretty much just the Namazu. I'm relieved our troubles are over, but I've never been good at farewells. Elio, good to see you and Miss Lushkana as well. Yeah, looking forward to talking about it in book club for sure.
Well met, you two. How fares the hunt for Eleret?
We found her, we beat her, we took the totem back.
Sent them flying, did you? No, now those are what I call the good tidings. To think that they'd confuse a goblin explosive for their own smoke bombs. Ha! Serves them right, I say.
With Miss Loshkana heirloom returned, we can breathe a collective sigh of relief. I, for one, am pleased there will be no more risk of poisoned elixirs. I wouldn't have wished those hiccups on my worst enemy.
By the by, Miss Lushkana, I knew you traveled far to get here, but I didn't realize you had hailed from Tyrol. It's quite a voyage. Will you be heading home now?
Yes, that's right. Vilbrin's a fascinating place, but my village is probably worried sick about me. And the Heartsting, too, of course.
Though your time here was short, you will be sorely missed.
I have still much to learn, but one day perhaps we might find our way to Tyrol as well. Oh, that would be wonderful. And when you do, I'll look forward to hearing all about your adventures. I'd love if they ever do a duty support for the expert dungeons, that if these guys were the duty support.
And you. We had a feeling you were no ordinary adventurer. Imagine our surprise when we learned you were the saver of the realm himself. One of our Yellow Jacket acquaintances boasts about meeting the warrior Alight while investigating the serial poisoning. That's when it dawned on us. She sends her regards, by the way. We've malms to go before we reach your lofty heights, but God's willing, we'll try to rise to the challenge.
Indeed, you've given me much to aspire to as a fellow healer, and I should do my utmost to follow your shining example. Oh, well, he's a conjurer, so I guess it would make sense that he didn't join. I assumed he was a caster.
Be well, you two, and may we meet again on distant shores.
Thank you both for your help. I'll never forget it. It's time I return to Tuliolal. It would mean the world to me if you come too, Elio. I will want to report our success to Nipne if it would without you. Ray, you around? No, you're probably not, because you didn't want to be spoiled by the Rolequests, because you haven't done them yet.
Scoo boo biddy doo scooby doo bop beep bop boop boop boo. Oh, scoo bop boo 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 bop. Boo bee bee boo biddy boo.
V, are you around? I don't suppose so. You're probably off with Andy. Yeah, okay. We need to get a new. We need to get another mod.
Scooby doo body, ba doo, ba da boo, ba da doo.
Yeeteth my meeteth. Altria? Is this one of you guys? Can't say I remember.
Loshkana and Elio as well. Your combined presence here can only mean one thing.
Elio and I brought the Heartsting back home.
So you have, so you have. I regret that I could not assist you, but I am relieved that all is well. Words cannot express my gratitude to you both.
Taking back the Heartsting was no easy task, but I learned a great deal on my journey to Eorzea. Like, there are a lot of dickwads in the world. One of the Unbound, a man called Kokonoa, possessed an inherent immunity to poison, built up by years of regularly and just in small amounts. Rather than relying solely on the Scorpion's gift to detoxify us, perhaps we might learn from those traditions and build up a stronger immunity of our own. I love that old bits of lore in this game get used for plot points. I love it. I love it. Ah! Dawntrail does it so much. I love it. Ah! Why is the South Sea Isle so important? It's so perfect. Okay. Continuing up. It wouldn't be prudent to prepare ourselves in case something like this ever happens again. If we're to continue living among the deadly. Perhaps it's time we found a new way to overcome the challenges we face. Throughout my life in the village, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the Heartsting, but I now understand that the Scorpion's gift can easily become a curse in the wrong hands. Its power can become a poison. Its power can poison a single water source, threaten countless lives on a whim. Yet at the same time, its detoxifying powers can save just as many. I begin to wonder, if the Heartsting provides succor outside our village, should it? Or will its risks prove too great?
Excellent questions, all. Knowing what the Heartsting is capable of outside our borders, we must consider this carefully for the future of our people. I'm certain your father will wish to speak more of it upon our return.
As you can see, our community has much to consider, if we're to keep thriving. But for the moment, I'm simply glad that the Heartsting is back in Toral, and I can't thank you enough for your help. Until I met you, I never hunted alongside a healer, but I know and I had your support fill me with courage. Yours is a heartening presence, one I'm going to miss dearly. You have my gratitude and my trust, Elio, now and forever. But as much as I'd like to, I won't keep you any longer. Nipine and I have a long trek home. I wish you all the best, and I know we'll meet again someday. And right on time for 8 o'clock. Hey, and watch that! Look at that! Now I can dye my all my clothing the colors. Obviously, I will dye them all the best color, the one and only color, the void blue. Ooh, actually, that's pretty rad. What about dye channel 2? Who needs to be a white mage when you can be a blue and white mage? Okay. We're gonna wrap it up there for today. We went a whole 5 hours. Jesus Christ, that was 5 hours. 2 quests took me 5 hours. Jesus Christ.
Christ almighty. Okay, friendly reminder, we've got over in the we've got the Discord. You can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives, where you can join us for book club and all sorts of other events. If you can either scroll back up in the chat, or you can also check on our page to find the Discord, the Eorzean archives. We have events that go on all the time. If you'd like to join our FCO and FC over on Crystal Curl, you can contact any of the mods or me if you'd like to join it. We also have a small fund for if you want to transfer over to Curl to join. We check out our new videos that come out over on the Eorzean archives. They'll be coming out. We've got a plethora of films coming out pretty soon. We've got also check out Final Fantasy XIV Archived, our sister channel that will be having a video on the Nier series before too long. Yeah, I don't know, anything else? I think that's it. Thanks all for hanging out for so long. I need to refresh my page real quick. Any final thoughts? Any final questions? I have to say, I'm very pro on these. I think they're more gentle, smooth, light. A little light. Yeah, definitely lighter compared, not just like literally in tone, but also just like in fare. But I also think that they do getting more about the peoples of Tyrol, particularly Shock Tyrol, when we got so few, we got so little about them during the, other than like Shaloni, basically. I mean, yes, we get some Yaskulani stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I'm. What is it I want to say? I so far like them. None of them make me go, oh, I love this. Well, actually, I take that back. Aspects of some of the humor in, I genuinely loved some of like the humor, and I liked Elret and Kokonoa and all that. That stuff was actually pretty good. I liked, I'm forgetting the Shitona's name, from the Melee DPS. I enjoy them. I think this is kind of, it feels like such damning with faint praise to say like, oh, I really like them. But it's like, I think I would rate them above like middling, or I would say like, oh, instead of being like, oh, they're good, I would actually rate them above that. I just don't think that they're amazing or great. And some parts of them I think are great, but I don't know. It feels like maybe that's not enough anymore. I wouldn't say, I don't know. It feels like unless an expansion fucking all its notes just slam dunk, it seems like a failure. I don't think that's healthy, man. I don't know. I'm just spouting some thoughts. Okay, I'm going to call it there. Tomorrow we'll be back for episode 2 of this, and we'll probably be doing Fizz, Range, and Caster, and then the Friday we'll be doing the final one. That's probably the plan. However, we'll see what reality actually portends for us. Well, with all that said, I have been Elio Forcheron, and I will see you guys very soon. Cheers, everybody! Scooby-Doo-Boo. Wa ba da ba da 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 da, ska da boo.